Hello and welcome to Sunflower Philosophy Tarot. My name is Juliana, and today's Timeless Pick a Card reading is going to be a conversation between you and the person on your mind. So, I was inspired to do this type of reading based on the reading that I recently did, which is a conversation between your head and your heart. So, I'm intending for this to be kind of similar, but just between you and another person. And so, I want this to be a conversation that's sort of like tapping into the energies of whatever is most important for you to hear right now. And so this conversation could end up representing for you a mishmash of like conversations that you've had with this person, or things that you want to say or that they want to say. It could take the form of a potential future conversation that you might have, or one that you've had in the past, or you could take it as an in the present moment energetic conversation that you are having with this person. But what it will mean to you and what it will clarify for you will be different depending on your personal situation. And I do intend for this to be with a person that's on your mind, but also be open-minded that the person that comes through might be different than that depending on what you most need to hear right now. So as always, please go into this using your own intuition, really tapping into what is your truth and what authentically resonates with you, and leave anything that doesn't. And go in with a light heart and curiosity as well. No matter what, just be open to anything, and we'll see. This should be interesting. So to start out, I will do a group selection, and if you want to skip to that right now, you may. But if you would like to stay for a brief centering exercise before that, please feel free to stay, and I will walk you through that. And for anyone who wants to skip ahead, just go to the timestamps and feel free to skip ahead. But for those of you who are staying for a centering exercise, if you are in a situation where you can sit down and close your eyes and relax, please do so. And if you are obviously doing anything that requires your attention, maybe skip this part and come back at another time. But yes, please relax. If you want to close your eyes, and focus in on your breathing. And as you're noticing your breathing, just tap into whatever you're feeling in your body right now. Is your breathing easy? Are you feeling any tension? What are you feeling right now? And just allow whatever you're experiencing to be. And as you're tuning into your breath, you may decide to deepen your breathing, to slow it down. You may decide to begin counting your breaths. Whatever brings you closer to yourself. And at this time, as you're getting in touch with yourself, we're definitely going to tap into the heart space today. That feels very important, especially when we are connecting with others in our lives. When we can connect from a place of compassion and from your heart, we can have clearer communication and more readily understand what our role in a situation is and what another person's role is. And so bring your attention down to your heart space and notice specifically anything that might be coming up within there. And if you do have a particular person on your mind at this time, you can bring them to mind as well. And if you feel that that is what you want to do right now, you can notice any sensations or impressions you get around them. But if not, you can also direct your attention simply to something or someone or an event or situation that brings you to a space of peace, of love, of happiness, of joy, of any emotion that you're looking to experience right now, and just hold that in your mind. And allow those feelings to take root in your heart space. And if you're experiencing something else, something different, and that's just your experience right now, also allow that to be. And just breathe. And if there's a sensation you're looking to grow that you're experiencing in your heart space right now, just breathe and imagine as you're breathing, you're feeding that beautiful sensation, allowing it to grow and spread throughout the rest of your body, growing a sense of peace, of joy, happiness, contentment, whatever it is. And just enjoy that. or simply allow whatever you're experiencing to be, knowing that it's okay and it's exactly where you're meant to be right now. And you can release any attachments or imagery that you might associate with the sensations you're experiencing in your heart space, and just let the sensation be what it is. Sustain it, grow it, appreciate it, and let it go. And set the intention now to tap into your authentic self and tap into what guidance and messages are truly meant for you in this reading, as we are now going to move into the group selection so you can select the group that is most meant for you in this moment. Okay, so let's get into the group selection for this reading. So we have 4 groups today, and for group 1 over here, we have this lovely lemon topaz stone. For group 2, we have this cherry quartz. Cherry quartz, that's what I just felt the urge to say, I don't know. For this stone, we actually have a blue opalite crystal. Bubbly blue opalite. I don't know why I'm giving them all little nicknames, but that just feels right, I guess. And we have a delightful Dalmatian jasper. Okay, I guess we're just going with this. All right, I like it. We're having a good time. So feel free to take a moment, tap into your intuition, see what you're being drawn to, or feel what you're being drawn to. And also know, of course, you can always select a different group if you decide the one that you selected isn't resonating with you, or you can always select more than one group. Whatever you feel is right, just follow your intuition, and I will see you over in your reading. Hi, group 1. If you selected this lemon topaz, then you're in the right place, and this is your reading, which will be a conversation between you and the person on your mind, or whoever ends up coming through for you. So, one thing I didn't mention in the intro, but I want to explain now, is that I'm going to have, just like with the head and the heart reading, if you saw that reading, I'm going to have both sides represented here. And so I'm going to be having what you want to say and also what the other person wants to say in this conversation. And they are going to be on this side. I've set the intention that they're going to be on the left, the person you're thinking of, and you are going to be on the right. Although if you find that it's reversed, or you feel like it's mixed and there's things like that pop up on both sides that you want to say, or like it could be things that you're both mutually wanting to say, but it also could be that the energy is mixed, that you're both on the same page, or it could be that maybe you're actually on the left and your person that you're asking about is on the right. Whatever makes more sense for you, just trust your intuition on that. I just set that particular intention, so that's how I'm going to talk about it. And then I'm going to have a representation of the energy that you're both bringing to the conversation the energy of the conversation itself in the center. So I did pre-pull some cards, and then we're going to actually use the quote cards and the song cards, like I did in the other reading, to have that conversation. And so I figured this would be helpful because I want this to be representative of an honest conversation that you might either be needing to have with this person, have had with this person, are having energetically at this moment with this person, just something, whatever needs to come through. And I feel like sometimes we don't even know ourselves exactly what we want to express or how we want to express it, and having that clarified or reflected back to us can also be helpful. So that's why I'm doing it this way. Plus, I'm just curious. So I'm going to lay out the cards, and then I also have a little post-it note where I wrote down impressions that I got before starting your reading. Actually, when I was pulling the cards, initially, I also did a little meditation to see what kinds of things were coming up in my body and my mind that might be relevant to you and your situation. So we're going to first lay out the cards, and then I'll get into that. Actually, you know what? We're going to get into the impressions before I lay out the cards. I have my little post-it note here. So one of the first things that I noticed was, first of all, there was a very overwhelming sort of physical or emotional sensation I got with this group, and even potentially a heaviness. I had a feeling in my heart space that could have possibly been a bit of grief, and I felt a little bit of nausea as well, which could have just been a result of the overwhelm, but take it as confirmation if anyone is experiencing that, or if the person on your mind might be going through something like that. There's a conflicted feeling, and I also got the word mother, peach and or lemon flavors or scents might also be relevant. Lemon is actually like what I ended up picking, the lemon topaz, because I got that the sense of that lemon for someone is important here. But there was also a sense of potentially like a feeling of like a repressed emotion, or like there's a lot of emotion that's not being expressed here. So let's keep that in mind as I now lay out the cards. And anything there that resonates with you, take it as confirmation. But if it doesn't, we'll get into it. There are many more messages here to come through. So for those of you for whom that all made a little bit of sense, take it as some confirmation that this is the right group for you. But let's lay out the cards. So first, let's see. I did this so that first we'll get the person on the left, which is more likely to be your person you're thinking about rather than you. But again, flip-flop it if necessary. So we have the Queen of Steels, which is also the Queen of Wands in this deck. We have the Silent Brother, which is also the Hierophant in this deck. And also clarified by Duck in reverse. So Duck says, seek emotional comfort and protection. And we got this in reverse. So this is the energy that this person is bringing to this conversation right now. And in the middle, we have the Warrior reversed, which is also the Empress reversed. And Archangel Gabriel with, you have an important life purpose involving communication and the arts. Please don't allow your insecurities to hold you back. I will help you. So Archangel Gabriel is showing up in the energy in between the two of you in this conversation, along with the Empress reversed. And then you, on the right side, are showing up with the Five of Blades reversed and Heron in the upright with assert when opportunity appears. Okay, so as I mentioned, with the first impressions that I was receiving with this group, there's some kind of heaviness here for sure. And this could be a mother-daughter relationship specifically for some people that's coming through right now. Only take that if it resonates. It could just be any kind of parent-child relationship. Or you could be the mother in this situation or the daughter or, vice versa, whatever's going on. But there's definitely a feeling, regardless of if it's even that kind of relationship at all, of like, I get the sense of a relationship that's going through hard times, not necessarily because either of the people in the relationship are trying to cause problems or are being a problem, but because of extenuating circumstances, like maybe both of you are going through hard times right now, either together or individually. And that might be causing some kind of emotional disconnect, or what you're wanting to talk about is the emotions that are coming up because of whatever you're going through. And that might be what is being brought to the surface in this reading. Because starting with the person on the left, this is the Queen of Steels. In this deck, the character on the Queen of Wands is actually a character whose vibe sort of reminds me a bit of the Queen of Swords. So I get a more Queen of Swords-y energy almost when I look at her. Someone who's maybe putting up a front or has a stern face, but underneath that has a lot of potentially even repressed emotions that they're not speaking about. And maybe this is someone who has trouble in general accepting or seeking emotional support, which at this time it feels like maybe they need, but they don't know how to ask for it. And they are maybe not accustomed to being the one who needs emotional support at this time. And so in the example where this is maybe a mother-daughter relationship, for example, this might be the mother who is going through something difficult. And in this case, if you're the child, they might not feel comfortable coming to you for emotional support, particularly because you are their child, no matter how old you are. And so that could be where their emotions are being repressed, and maybe they're wanting to seek emotional support from you, but also don't want to put that on you. But at the same time, it also just might not be an accustomed part of your dynamic. So that might be also why they have trouble doing that. But I also get the sense this might in general be someone who's just not used to seeing themselves as someone who needs emotional support, who knows even that they can seek that in their life. And on your side, I'm definitely feeling, there's like a feeling of conflict over here. Of even maybe feeling a little bit defeated and having trouble asserting yourself or being assertive. And so you might be bringing to the table now a almost like defeated energy, or like an I give up, So this could be a conflict where there might be more frustration on your side over certain things. And the other person on the other side, I feel like, has more like emotional repression, needs emotional support, or needs certain things that they're not able to speak about. And they might have a more traditional, again, this is the other person on the left, they might have a more traditional or even religious upbringing that is impacting this relationship at this time, or impacting their ability to ask for help from the people around them. But on your side, on the other side, there's like a feeling of like almost like defeat, but also a need to assert yourself. Or in this conversation, whether it's past, present, or just currently in this energetic conversation that's coming through right now, it's almost like you're taking the opportunity to assert yourself in a way, in a way that actually you might be like, almost like you're laying down your arms, like you're laying down your weapons, maybe you're used to being combative in this relationship, or you felt frustrated or a little bit combative, or like you're maybe fighting to be heard, or fighting for recognition in some way with this person, but you're almost like letting that go, setting down your weapons, and asserting yourself at the opportune moment. And in this case, this energetic conversation is that opportune moment in the best way that you will be possibly heard. But there's definitely, between the two of you, this energy of like a lack of nurturing or a lack of mothering at this time. Like the inverse of like the Empress is, I feel like you're each maybe needing some nurturing, needing some care from each other, but not knowing how to ask for it, or not being able to communicate with each other about it. And with Archangel Gabriel, who I also believe I'm assuming is just another version of Archangel Gabriel. First of all, if that's a significant entity or angel for you, take that. But also, I feel like this Archangel's coming through right now to help you communicate in a more productive way, to help you come to a deeper understanding with one another. And that's what you're looking to bring in this conversation. So the energy that you're bringing to it, I think it feels like you're looking to address this sort of need for emotional care and nurturing that you each are seeking, that you might not be able to get from each other, but you also might feel like you're lacking in this relationship at this time. Again, potentially because of extenuating circumstances that you're both going through that's difficult. So that's what we're kind of getting here. But I want to get right into the conversation itself. So we're going to first pull some song cards, and then we're going to get some quotes, just like we did in the other reading, from each side. So we're going to start by getting 3 songs for the person on the left, Queen of Wands, Silent Brother person. Okay, right off the bat. Okay, give me a second song about what this person on the left wants to communicate. Okay, and one more song. That's 3. Actually, that's 4. Let's get one more song from the person on the left, please, about what they want to communicate. All right. Okay, we've got actually 4. And then for the person on the right, who are most likely going to be the viewer, let's get 3 songs to represent what they want to communicate with the person on the left in this conversation. Okay. Okay. Actually, we got 4 cards again, but we'll get into it. All right. Let me make sure you can see these. Gotta be chatty over here. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. So let's get into it. First of all, we have, on the person on the left side, we have the song It Gets Dark by Sigrid, We have Aqua Regia by Sleep Token. We have I'm Still Here by John Rzeznik. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but it's from the Treasure Planet soundtrack. And the singer is the one from the Goo Goo Dolls. So maybe that's significant to you. And then we have Counting Blue Cars by Dishwalla. And then on your side, we have Running with the Boys by Lights. Isolation by Alter Bridge. Hold On by Alexia Evelyn. And then we just have this card that came out in another reading recently, actually in the motivation reading. One of the groups there had this card, which actually doesn't have any song on it. But it's just a blue painted card that I never added a quote to or anything. So I actually took this card in that group to be a symbol almost of feeling blue, feeling down, or depression. And I'm definitely getting it in this group pretty strong. So let's talk about what's going on here. So without even reading the lyrics of each of the songs, I'm getting, for the person on the left, they are feeling like they're going through a dark time. For some of them, maybe a dark night of the soul, or just some darkness. I feel like they are just dealing with some heaviness right now. And the lyrics on the back say, "It gets dark so I can see the stars." So I do feel like there's an acknowledgement of the situation isn't hopeless, but it might just be a difficult time where they're having trouble seeing the light at the end of the tunnel or seeing the good things in life right now. So both people might actually be going through some kind of depression right now. Again, you might both be going through some difficult things together at this time. And with Aqua Regia, I don't feel like the vibe of the song, if you were to listen to the song, I don't think the vibe of the song for most people would actually accurately depict this relationship, because that would kind of imply a different kind of relationship than what's coming through. What's coming through is more familial. The vibe of Aqua Regia is less so. But the lyrics on the back, and I am done dancing to alarm bells, no wonder my ears are still ringing, and I am done fighting off change, no wonder my arms are still swinging. I feel like this is signifying that this person, they want to let you know that they're going through a serious change in their life right now. It's a transitional period. Something is changing for them, and they might be feeling defensive. They might be trying to fight it off. They might be in a bit of denial, or they might be dealing with that and going through that right now. I feel like they may be coming to a place, or letting you know that they're coming to a place of acceptance with their situation or with whatever's going on. And that's just been a difficult journey for them, but it's something that they're just going through right now. And so they might have been, like I said, repressing some emotions. They might have been having trouble communicating how they feel. They might just have been down more often lately and not been able to be there for you in the way that they would want to be, or just show up in general in life in the way that they would want to show up. But we have I'm Still Here. And I feel like just at face, without reading the lyrics even, they are letting you know they're still here for you. They still want to be here for you, but they might not be able to show up in the way that they want to right now. And like I said, if this is a parent-child relationship, or that kind of a mentor-mentee or something like that, I would feel more likely that this person is the parent, or the one who was more in that leadership role in this relationship, if that was ever the dynamic, who might be it could be flip-flopped, take it as it resonates, but I feel like this might be the person who is saying I know I can't be here for you like I was in the past, maybe when you were younger, but I'm still here. I'm still your mom, your dad, or your whatever. I'm still that person, but I'm also going through something right now, so I'm sorry I can't really be that guidance system for you anymore, And if you're, in an adult relation, you're an adult right now, and you're at the point where you're your own person, they might still feel this way. They might still feel like they want to be more of the parent to you still, even though you're all grown up, and they might have some sadness over this, whether it's over a parent role reversal that you might be going through. There might be some sadness over hey, I feel like I can't be that person for you anymore, or our roles have maybe even been reversed if you're taking care of a parent in a way where they would have taken care of you as a kid. As we get older, sometimes we have to be taken care of again in that way, and so there could be some sadness, but also letting you know they're still them, they're still who they are underneath all of that. It's just things have changed, right? There's a change that's happening, and it might be difficult for both of you. Also, the lyrics say, "And how can the world want me to change?" I need to add the E. I messed that up, and I keep forgetting to add the E back in there. Anyway, "And how can the world want me to change? They're the ones that stay the same. They can't see me, but I'm still here." I feel like, yeah, for some of you, like, there's a dynamic where, oh, and I also just got, there could be two people. Like, this could be, like, two parents. Like, if it's you and a parent, it could also be, like, you and two parental figures who you're having this conversation with. And that would be who's on the left here. It could be you and, like, a living parent and a parent who's passed on. So it could be, like, on this side, it's like if you're, like, you know, your mom has passed, your dad is one of the people, energy's coming through, and then your mom is the one who is coming through as, like, the silent brother, the one who's not speaking verbally but is still here with you, or vice versa. Also a very specific example, which is actually relating to some things that I'm observing in my own life. A parent who is, for example, dealing with Alzheimer's or dementia, who might not be themselves anymore, or anyone who's dealing with some kind of, like, brain injury or things like that, where they might not be themselves anymore, but they are still wanting to communicate that they're still here. They're still, like, their soul essence, the part of them that maybe is more eternal, is still with you and still communicating with you, even if they can't communicate in the same exact way that they used to in the past. But they're still, they want you to know they're still here. Even if their situation has changed and how you communicate has changed. So that is important and might be part of the dynamic. And like I said, this could be two parents. This could be you and your parents. Or if you resonate with the parent side, it could be your parent, you as parents, and your child. But anyway, I'll finish reading the lyrics here. This says, "They can't tell me who to be because I'm not what they see. Yeah, the world is still sleeping while I keep on dreaming for me, and their words are just whispers and lies that I'll never believe." Yeah, and so there could also be something with this side of things, this person or these people, where they're maybe feeling misunderstood right now, or just, again, like, they're not able to communicate in the way that they want to be able to communicate. And they are wanting to let you know that in spite of that, like, they still understand things, they still are here for you, they still love you in the same way. But there also might be some things, like some needs that they want to express that they are unable to express right now. And then we also have counting blue cars here. And this says, "Tell me all your thoughts on God, because I'd really like to meet her and ask her why we're who we are." So I feel like there might be, like, some kind of religious or spiritual or philosophical awakening happening here, or, like, one or both of the people on this side, if, again, there are two people here, are going through some kind of paradigm shift, perspective shift. And so if there is some kind of illness or some kind of recent change in, like, a family dynamic or relationship, this is changing the paradigm, the perspective of the people involved. So the person or people on this side are going through some kind of paradigm or perspective shift, and they're wanting to talk more deeply about the nature of life, the nature of what they've been through, and maybe also get more philosophical with you in this conversation about, like, hey, like, I want to know more about your perspective. There's more curiosity, there's more openness. Maybe they want to open up to you in a new way, and they want you to open up to them in a new way as well, and get deeper, talk more openly and profoundly about things that are going on, whether you're talking more deeply and profoundly about the difficulties that you're going through as a family unit, or as, you know, a unit, whoever you are, or you're even getting into more esoteric or philosophical conversations about life itself. Because that's what happens a lot when people go through difficult times, whether it's illness or death, or there could be, like, something related to divorce here, or just, like, a separating of the family, or things like that are coming through right now. When people go through, like, big transitions in their lives, big changes that sometimes are rocky or not always supported by the, like, say, the structures we have in place in society, that aren't always very supportive of people who are ill or struggling, or even looked down upon in terms of, like if people see divorce as a negative thing as opposed to just, like, a natural transition, there's a lot of judgment around it. when it might just be what's best for both people, right? Those kinds of things can make you question society, question the views that you've always held, and think, oh, maybe the world is a bit different than what I thought. And like I said, for some people, there might be someone who's very traditionally religious here, or who upholds certain traditional beliefs, who is now looking to dig deeper into those beliefs and maybe share them more with you, or like even questioning those beliefs and becoming more open-minded. Like, for example, if there is someone who's very religious here, their ideas about God, their ideas about their religion, their ideas about spirituality might actually be shifting and changing because of this experience that they're going through. And in this conversation here, whether you're going to have this conversation in real life or you have been having these conversations in real life, whatever the conversation that we're having right now, they are wanting to open up to you and talk to you about that and say, and let you know, hey, my perspective is changing through this experience. I'm opening up to new things. I'm expanding. This, whatever is happening, is expanding my experience in a way that I feel like will ultimately be positive for them, but it might be difficult, and they might feel, again, like they can't be there for you in the way that they once were, or they might feel bad about feeling like there's been some kind of divide or separation between you and them because of whatever's going on. While at the same time acknowledging that whatever's happening is actually opening them up to the world in a new way that actually could be very good and expansive and is a natural part of their progression in this lifetime. Wow, okay. So let's look over on your side of things. And with, first of all, running with the boys, isolation, and hold on, and then this blue color here, I feel like you're also dealing with some depression potentially over this situation. Again, like if there is a situation of an illness or a family transition or change, you might be dealing with some depression over that. And I'm feeling like a nostalgia as well for childhood, for the way things used to be. You might even be thinking more about your childhood. If it's in this context of like an aging parent or something like that, you might be thinking about more about times that you had with them when you were younger, when they were younger, just reminiscing on the past. But there also is a sense of potentially feeling isolated in whatever you're going through, so you might feel a little cut off from them, because often when we're feeling depressed, we do feel a little isolated, like we're going through the situation alone, and even if that's not how we feel all the time, you might have bouts of feeling alone in processing your grief over whatever's going on, or processing your emotions over whatever's going on. Feeling like, yeah, you can't lean on these people for support right now because they're the ones dealing with the situation that's causing you pain or emotional turmoil. And they might have been, like I said, if it is a parental figure, if you are the child and they are the parents, they might have been your emotional support in the past, but they can't be your emotional support in this situation because they are the ones who are going through stuff and they need emotional support too, right? So you can't lean on them in the way that you might have in the past if that was part of your dynamic. But in general, whether that is part of the dynamic or not, you might just be feeling isolated and like you're grieving, you're going through an emotional process, and sometimes we can feel alone in that. We can feel cut off from other people, and we also don't always know how to be vulnerable with others and accept ourselves in the process of our vulnerability. So if we want to cry about something with someone, if we want to show our frustration or anger or emotions that might be perceived as more negative or difficult, we might have more trouble opening up in that way, even though that might be a healing process for us, whether we're sharing that with the other person in this scenario or people in this scenario, or you're sharing that with someone else in your life or other people in your life, or opening up to some kind of mental support, like going to therapy or something like that to help address whatever's going on here. Like, you might be having trouble opening up at this time. Let me read the lyrics now. So for Running with the Boys, we have, so turn up the noise, dressed to the nines, running with the boys, your hand in mine, singing every song, loving every line, till the night is gone, just like old times. Yeah, so there's definitely like, you're reflecting on old times, and this might be something you're actively doing, where you're actively reflecting on old times with yourself, but you also might be feeling the urge to, or you are talking about the old times more, reminiscing more with the people on or person on the other side of this conversation, wanting to talk about, oh, remember when you did this for me, or remember when we did that, remember when we all went here and we did this together, or remember when you did that for me, or like we had this fun time, just really reminiscing on the good times, which I feel like it's a really lovely energy of wanting to appreciate those times and wanting to let the other person know that you do appreciate those times that were fun and where everyone was happy and you were having a good time. And I feel like I'm really being drawn back to the lemon topaz here, actually, because it promotes openness and honesty and good fortune and things like that. Yeah, there's like definitely like the conversation that is happening here may or may not be one that you've had in real life with the people or person that is coming through, but there's definitely like a desire or a need for more openness and honesty in this relationship, especially around emotions, especially around the things that you're going through, which again might be easier said than done, and that's part of the reason why we're having this conversation now, so you can maybe accustom yourself more to the idea of opening up in this way and see where the other people are really at and where you're really at. But we also have isolation. So isolation brings you to the end until you love again. Isolation, if you could only see what will come to be. Maybe you'll find a life you can live and learn to love along the way and make things better. So I feel like this is you both expressing your feelings of isolation to this other person, but it might also be you reassuring this other person or other people that on some level at least you want to reassure them that they will be okay, that you see what they're going through and you understand how it might be necessary for them to go through this, whether to like learn or grow, or that you see that there's potential for them to do so through the situation, and so you want to help them look on the bright side of things, while acknowledging that whatever they're going through is difficult, and also letting them know that maybe right now you need to learn things as well from the situation. So you need to learn and grow, and you'll be okay on your own. If they can't support you, you'll learn and grow through the process of finding the support you need elsewhere, finding the support you need within yourself, and that will help you grow stronger and more self-assured in yourself. So you might also be reassuring them of that. And also like giving them love and saying, hey, like whatever you're going through now, maybe you'll be able to find your way through this and find your way to a brighter future than you can even imagine. And that's, I feel like, both a reassurance for them and also for yourself. And with hold on, there could be an energy where you're feeling like you need to hold on to either this person or these people or the way things used to be. But also I think this is you telling yourself and telling them to hold on to the good times, to hold on to the love, the memories, the connection that you have with each other, to not let that go no matter what turmoil is going on around you. And the lyrics say, never give up on love, never give up on us, never give up on love, on trust, on us, on trust, dance the hurt away, dance it all away. Yeah, so like wanting to bring some optimism to this and also some like lightness and loving energy of saying like, this isn't the end, whatever you're going through, there's a way forward. And, you know, depending on what the situation is, of course, if there's like an aging parent or illness or even a parent who's passed on or person who's passed on in the situation, there could be, you know, that might be something that you're hopeful about the future in terms of like you're hopeful about, and maybe you even believe in, you know, life continuing and maintaining a connection to someone after they've passed, and that might be you acknowledging that you do actually feel the connection with whoever this is, even if they have passed or even if they are, you know, in the process. And if you are going through that kind of situation, first of all, I just want to acknowledge that that's very, you know, it can be a very difficult time, and I'm sending my love to you and your family and loved ones at this time, whether it's that or something else, whatever it is. It feels like no matter who you are, there's some difficult things going on for you right now. And so I want to send love to you for that, because we go through things like that in our lifetimes, and sometimes we just need that to be acknowledged and respected, and we need to feel like we're okay to feel how we feel in the moment. And I do feel like a lot of people here are going through some sadness, you know, are going through, like I said, a bit of a depression, and are moving through that process now. But like I said, there is a feeling of like, again, reminiscing of thinking back to old times, of appreciating those old times, which is beautiful, and also an optimism for the future, for what could come after, for the growth that you can be experiencing through this, and the desire to not get too bogged down in the difficulties that are going on now, that you can't see the possibilities for the future. I think a lot of you are really holding on to the possibilities of where this could bring you in a positive way, even if it's also difficult at this moment, and you're wanting to communicate that. So, yeah, I feel like in the middle, by the way, also Archangel Gabriel, I feel like is bringing you, again, like nurturing and love and care that you might not be able to get with each other in this moment, but also this energy that if you're needing nurturing, if you're needing care, to seek it out, to ask for help from those who might be able to give it to you at this time, to ask for support that you need, and to also learn how to build those reserves of support within yourself and within your own life. Again, by just like, we talk about self-care all the time, but like, actually doing the things that take care of yourself and support your body, support your mental and emotional needs, and exploring that freely, of course. But again, like, this is an archangel that you may be able to call on to, you may want to call on right now to support this relationship, to support yourself during this journey. But it feels like there's also this feeling of, again, like, whatever you're going through right now, whether consciously or subconsciously, there is this feeling underneath it, maybe for both parties, whether, again, you know it or not in your conscious, that there is a significance to the situation that you're going through now, that no matter what, you're not going to be the same people on the other side of it, but that you are optimistic. There is an optimism that wherever it's leading you, whoever you're going to be on the other side of this situation that's happening, there's a potential for it to help deepen your abilities to specifically communicate with each other, and also maybe with yourself, maybe for some of you with spirit, with the otherworldly realms, but also in general with the people around you. Like, it's shifting your paradigms, all of you, in a way that has the potential to bring you closer to yourselves, and also make you bolder in terms of how you interact with other people, speak to other people, communicate with other people, because there's something here about realizing and recognizing the importance of truly being your authentic self with one another, and opening up to people in a way that you haven't before. And I feel like that's the significance of this conversation, of this relationship, and what it's going through at this time. So I hope you don't mind the sound of like mowing lawns in the background, because it's literally autumn here. I don't know what people, I guess maybe leaf blower, that might be a leaf blower. Anyway, I feel like we've gotten a lot just from like these song cards and everything, and this is pretty long already, but I was going to get some quote cards, so I'm going to continue with that. I'm going to proceed, and we'll get some quote cards to see if there's anything else you guys want to say to each other, and we'll start with your side first. So anything else that group one wants to communicate on, I know that quote is a beautiful one. Anything else, we'll shuffle one more time from this side of the deck, and then we'll shuffle the other side of the deck. Okay. Nope, so we'll go to this side of the deck. Alright, so anything else that group one wants to communicate with the person or people on the left? I do feel like for a lot of you it's two people. Okay. That's more than I wanted, but that's fine. Alright, and then for group one person on the left, what do they want to communicate with you? Anything else? Anything else? I said, I've been really stressing the parent-child relationship. It could also be like grandparent, grandchild, that kind of thing. It could be anything. It could be anything really, but that's the vibe I'm getting. I think that's too many. All right, let's shuffle this one more time and we'll go to the other half. What do these people or this person want to communicate? Okay, we got two here, and we've got, let's shuffle for one more quote from them. Okay, on this side, what do they want to communicate? Oh, okay, well, okay. Beautiful. Okay. So we've got 3 quotes on their side and 4 on your side. These 3 came out together. Okay. So let's start with you this time. So we have this card first, which says, the more love you give, the more you are capable of giving. It's only when you shut off the source that it dries up. And this is from Band Sinister by KJ Charles. So that's beautiful. It sounds like you're communicating to the other person or people, basically, first of all, that you love them. And the emphasis on the fact, there's an emphasis on the idea that love is an unlimited resource. There's a sense of unconditional love here. So whatever's going on, you're letting them know that even if there's some tension, even if things are rocky, even if sometimes on the surface you guys are fed up with the situation, with each other, even if you're going through a difficult time, there are times when you can take that out on each other, but through all of that, there is a source of love underneath that is more infinite, that is here for them. Specifically for those of you with a parent or with a situation where this person is very traditional, very religious, in a way that might cause them to actually be a bit afraid of they believe in a punitive God, right? Like a God that would punish them or is not very loving. If they're afraid of after the afterlife, for example, you also might be communicating to them the personal belief that, God is the source of infinite love. The reality is that for you believe in that everyone is love, that everything is love, and that, the afterlife is nothing to be afraid of because it's loving. There's no punishment or anything in that sense. That's very specific. That's for some of you. But in general, I do feel like it's just communication of love, of that you do love them deeply no matter what is going on the surface, and also maybe encouraging them to expand their idea of what love looks like and delve more deeply into forms of unconditional love that maybe they can cultivate with each other, if this is parents or a couple, or just in general with you, with the world. There's something important about that. Then we also have this card which says, but there was such a thing as truth, but if there was such a thing as truth, it was far more complicated and murky than she'd assumed. From The Way of Kings by Brandon Sanderson. So this could be you also communicating that your mind is opening up to different ways of truth as well. Maybe this is you opening up philosophically to this person or these people, but also potentially you communicating to them that they might have some limiting beliefs around themselves or themselves or a situation, and you are acknowledging the nuances of reality, how things aren't so black and white. And you're realizing that, and you're also wanting to communicate to them that maybe you want them to realize that as well around some kind of situation, that things aren't maybe just good and bad. If this is a situation where there's a turmoil in a parental relationship as well, it could be if this is a couple, it could be you also acknowledging that the truth for who's at fault, if there's conflict here in this relationship. The truth of that is more murky than it seems, encouraging them to think more, consider the other person's perspective more, or something like that. That's coming through. Like I said, communication is important here, and so maybe it's not just communication between you and this person, but between this person and other people, or the other person in this relationship. You know what I mean? So it could be that as well, that you want to communicate with them. We also have this card, and this says, for my entire existence, at least the parts I could remember, I had done nothing but accept the inevitable. I was tired of it. And this is from Artificial Conditions by Martha Wells. So this also could be you speaking up for yourself, standing up for yourself in a sense of there might be part of you that there's some kind of transition or ending here that's happening, and there's a part of you that's fighting it, and that's not always a bad thing. Sometimes it's better to let go, to just say, okay, that's it, whatever, I can't control what I can't control, I'm going to allow, but sometimes there's also, sometimes it's fine to stand up for something, to say, hey, I believe that we can get through this and things can be different and we can improve the situation, and there's a time for that as well. It's not one or the other, it's not so black and white. So for some people, this could be the part of you that's you're expressing that you're tired of accepting the inevitable. Some of you might be tired of accepting some kind of dynamic in this relationship between you and this other person or these other people as inevitable. Like, you're tired of living the same kind of pattern. You want to change the dynamic. You want to open up in a way that you haven't before. You want to change the relationship. You don't, maybe if something's happening that is perceived as like a negative change, there's part of you that doesn't really want to accept it as a negative change. Like, it might be easy to accept that, oh, the inevitable is, there might be whatever your situation that you're going through is, like, say there's something around like an illness or something difficult like that here. There's some kind of prognosis, right? Sometimes when you're dealing with that. And when someone gets a certain prognosis for a situation that they're in, they might accept, okay, well, like, just exactly what the doctor told me is what's going to happen. I'm just going to accept it, whatever. And while there's nothing wrong with that, it's like, if there's a resignation without the consideration of like, well, actually, I want a different outcome. Let me just seek possibilities. Let me see if there's actually a different way this could go. You might be looking to seek other possibilities, to keep an open mind, to keep yourself open to the possibilities, and you're wanting to open that conversation with these people as well, to say, hey, like, maybe we should keep our minds open, and maybe there's alternatives, there's different ways of doing things. And so you might be wanting to communicate that as well. But also for yourself in this situation, like, I gave this specific example of an illness, but it could be any kind of situation where, some kind of transition or change in your dynamic with your family or with this person is happening, and people would see that and take that as a bad sign, take that as a sign that, like, life is going downhill. This is only going to turn out badly. You're only going to experience bad things from this. And you're done with accepting that as inevitable, and you're looking for ways to grow, and you're looking for ways where the situation could actually not be so bad, or you're looking for ways where you can turn the situation into something useful, helpful, beautiful, or better than what other people might have told you will be the outcome, or what you might have accepted as the outcome at one time, which is very beautiful and interesting. And then we also have this card with these like hearts and these eyes, and this says, courage starts with showing up and letting ourselves be seen. And this is from Daring Greatly by Brene Brown. Yeah. And so I feel like you are also, like, this is you in this conversation, showing up and letting yourself be seen and being honest in a way that might be scary, might feel vulnerable, but is ultimately brave, and is letting these people, this person in this situation, in this, even maybe to yourself, if you're just watching this and it's not exactly representative of a conversation that you've had yet, or the dynamic that's been in this relationship, but it's like something that you're wanting to do or introduce, it's you also opening up to yourself of like, this is how I feel, this is what I believe, this is what I want to express. And there's a lot of courage in showing up and letting yourself be seen to yourself, and also letting yourself be seen to another person. And I feel like in this relationship, you are wanting to open up more, you're wanting to let this be seen. And this energetic conversation might be a starting place for you to acknowledge that, to just test that out, feel that out, and see how it feels to you. Now, on their side, let's look. So first of all, we have this card, this picture, which with, I think broken things have such a sad beauty. After years of stories and triumph and tragedy infused into them, they can be much more romantical than new things that haven't lived at all. From Anne with an E. And it's very similar sentiment, I feel like, being communicated on both sides in different ways. But on this side, this is an acknowledgement that even if something seems broken or damaged or things are going wrong, that, or maybe these people or this person has been through a lot of things in their life, has gone through a lot of difficulties. It's the acknowledgement that through that, there's also beauty. Like, there can be beautiful growth, there can be optimism, there can be a new perspective that's gained through that situation. And that, and especially with you, and this could be also from someone's higher self, like, if these are things that maybe the person or people that we're talking about wouldn't necessarily communicate exactly in this way to you, you could think of it as like their higher self, their higher perspective coming through to let you know this. But also the idea that whatever you're all going through, I feel like you're all dealing with some stuff right now, and they want you to know that even if you feel like broken or like damaged or like you're going through something that has the potential to leave you feeling that way, that you are not, that you are beautiful to them, that they see what you've been through, what you're going through. And some of you might feel like it's tarnished you or tarnishing you or breaking you down in a way that makes you any less than you already are. And they want you to know that you're not less. If anything, you're more, but you are also always whole. You're always exactly who you were meant to be. And this can't take that away from you. Like, they see you as a whole and wonderful being that no matter what you're going through right now will remain such. And also acknowledging that it still might feel difficult and you still might feel hurt or damaged by certain things at this time as well. And I feel like there's an apology for that almost, even if whatever's happening isn't their fault, right? Because the dynamics could be completely different for everyone, but still. But it's also a very, like, again, hopeful perspective, and one similar to, I think, what's coming through on your side of, like, wanting to turn this situation around and wanting to make it something beautiful, wanting to make the most of whatever's going on, wanting to accept the present, accept what's happening, and move through it with more grace and have more grace potentially for each other and for the situation so that you can enjoy whatever, for some of you, whatever time you have left with each other, but also so you can enjoy just being together, being with each other, your lives and as a whole, more deeply. And then we have this card which says, who knows? Have patience, go where you must go, and hope, from The Lord of the Rings by J.R.R. Tolkien. So yeah, definitely there's this wanting to inspire hope in you, wanting to inspire courage, wanting to inspire like you to go and do what you need to do, live your dreams, be yourself, continue being who you are. Yeah, there's a lot of encouragement here. It's lovely. And no matter what the nature of the relationship you have with this person or people or had with this person or people, like this is coming from something higher, even if the relationship itself isn't always the most positive thing. But also like this could be something that they're very much consciously thinking and want to convey to you. No matter how it's coming through for them. Obviously, we're using my quotes and things that are coming to me to communicate it. But on some level, this is the gist, the vibe, the energy of what they want to communicate to you. And then we also have this. And it says, I am a beautiful thing shaped for fighting. From The Dream Thieves by Maggie Stiefvater. And they want you to know that, first of all, they are a beautiful thing shaped for fighting. So whatever they're going through and they're dealing with, they're made to deal with it. They are dealing with it in the way that they know how, and they're capable of taking care of themselves in whatever way they need to. And they want you to know that, because there might be an energy of you feeling like you have a responsibility to them that they want you to know you don't, or at least not to a damaging degree on your behalf. Like if you're wanting to take care of them in the situation or save them from certain pains, it's not your responsibility, although giving what you can, being with them, giving love to the situation on both sides is beneficial to both of you. It's also like, I'm also, I'm being shaped by this experience. It's my experience to go through. I'm dealing with this, and I have things I need to learn and grow through as well. And you don't need to spare me from all of that, right? Like I actually need to stand on my own 2 feet, live my life, and so do you. And they're also acknowledging that you also are a beautiful thing shaped for fighting. You are someone who can come through this on the other side stronger. You are someone who is already, very powerful. And they want to acknowledge that even though there might have been some sorrow in terms of like, oh, I can't take care of you in the way I want to, or be there for you in the way I want to, or maybe even for some of you, later message than this is coming through kind of late, but maybe for some of you, this is parents or something from the past, they might regret not being there for you in certain ways as well. So there could be an apology in that. But also for a lot of you, it's like, if the dynamic has changed and they can't be there for you in the way that they want to be, they also are acknowledging that maybe they don't have to be. Like maybe you are also okay to take care of yourself now and stand on your own 2 feet, and that you're capable of getting through this as well. Wow. It's a long one. Okay. Yeah, it's quite beautiful. It's quite beautiful. And I do feel like, again, this is a time where one or both or all people are dealing with some difficult emotions, dealing with some difficult dynamics. And I just want to close by reiterating and talking again about the lemon topaz, which specifically lemon topaz itself strengthens faith and optimism, and it helps you recognize your own abilities and helps drive you towards what and who is most helpful to you. So there is something important here about being able to reach out for help, being able to acknowledge and recognize and move towards that which will be helpful and beneficial to you to help you get through whatever situation you're going through and nurture yourself in this time. And I feel like both of you, everyone in this situation, you might be helping each other and nurturing each other as best you can, but there's also potentially the need to, or the option to look down other avenues for that help and support as well, that you all want to acknowledge, you all want for each other, right? And I think there's also a lot of confidence in, like, the ability, the desire for you, the importance for you to have confidence in yourself to deal with and get through this time, and the confidence in others, in this person, in these people, to get through this time, to have the ability to move through this and be strong and work through whatever needs to be worked through here. Yeah. And once again, please don't allow insecurities to hold you back. And that's insecurities not holding you back in this relationship with these people, but also in life in general. And I feel like maybe the situation, in some roundabout way or another, is actually helping you face or overcome certain insecurities as well, on all sides, for all people. And that's something to keep in mind too. So if you become conscious of that, if you notice that that's happening through whatever situation you're going through, or you might even notice that after more time has gone by, you've gotten through to the other side of something, or maybe you've just come to a place of more peace with something, you might realize that some of the insecurities you might have had in the past about your abilities, about your ability to share, communicate, or do whatever it is you want to do with your life might have actually been transmuted, actually might not even seem very significant anymore. So that could be one benefit that is coming to you through the situation that you're going through, and maybe also through, if you have a conversation like this in real life, or even just like energetically after processing what's going on with this conversation in this reading, it might help you move past some insecurities that you might have had related to this situation, but also in general in life. So something to consider, to meditate on. This reading has been quite heavy, but it's also been quite lovely, and I do feel like we're going to leave it there. So I do hope if this resonated that you got something useful, something comforting, something helpful out of this reading. I hope it resonated in a way that is positive for you. And please feel free to like, comment, subscribe. Let me know in the comments how this resonated. If you're interested, of course, in personal readings, we do offer those on the website, link in the description. And we also do hypnosis and human design as well. So you can check that out on the website as well. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful life. I will see you in another reading again sometime very soon. Bye! Hi, Group 2. If you selected this cherry red quartz, then you are in the right place, and this is your reading, which is a conversation between you and the person on your mind. Now, as I probably said in the intro, and as I said in Group 1, this could be the person on your mind, but if someone else is coming through, then there might just be another person who's important to hear from right now. So keep an open mind, and of course you can always pick a different group if you need to, but I wanted this conversation here to be whatever you most need to hear right now. So this conversation could just be like a really present, energetic conversation happening between the two of you that can help clarify certain things for you. It could reflect a conversation that actually happened in real life, or one that you want to have in real life. It'll be different for everyone. And just as I always say, keep an open mind, listen to your intuition, take messages that are for you and leave anything that's not. And before we actually get into the cards, which I pre-selected some some cards to get into the kind of like a check-in on the energy that you're bringing to the conversation, that this person is bringing to the conversation, and the energy of the conversation between you. Before I get into that, I'm actually going to report on some impressions that I was getting when I was pulling these cards. As I was sort of meditating on your relationship, I got some impressions that I wrote down on this post-it. So this might be additional confirmation for you or context for you. So a couple of things that came up was the color purple for some reason. That's it. The color purple might be someone's favorite color, or there might be some other significance. I believe the third eye chakra, that's the color purple. Maybe there's a very intuitive connection here, but also the color red, specifically cherry red, because that's how I got an image of like cherry red or red, and then I realized that's the stone that I wanted to pick for you guys, so you could pick your group, the cherry red quartz. So that could be significant as well. Like, I was also getting maybe like for some people lipstick is significant, or like I don't know, someone's mouth. I don't know. So take that if it resonates. I also got the word friendship, so this could be primarily a friendship, or that could be the foundation of this relationship, no matter if it is platonic, romantic, or familial. There could be a strong foundation of friendship here. I also got the word curses or cursed, so that could be significant, but it could be specifically around generational curses, generational healing, like this person or both of you could be working on like breaking some, so to speak, generational curses. I also got physicality is important, the physical realm, the physical body, and I specifically saw the words physical communication. So maybe for some of you, maybe like you do have like a physical relationship with this person, and there's like communication happens in that way, or like that's something that you want to do, or like maybe one or both of you is very physical with your work, like when you're speaking, or maybe one of you is a person of few words who prefers physical communication, like through touch, or like you have nonverbal cues with each other or something like that. So take that as it resonates. And as for the cherry quartz, I also wanted to point out that cherry quartz in particular, it's a hopeful energy. It can be an antidepressant. It can help with concentration and seeing a bigger picture. It's also good for like balancing. It says, I have like a little sheet of paper here, but balancing the heart. And clear quartz in general is like a master healer. It's a healing energy. So that could really be significant here. Balance is definitely important. So I'm going to put that all to the side, and I'm going to actually flip over the cards now. And I intended for the cards on the left to represent the person on your mind that we're having this conversation with, and the cards on the right to represent you. But of course, if something is reversed, you can take that as it is. I'm just going to be referring to left as the other person and right as you. So keep that in mind. But let's flip over the cards. So starting on the left, we have this person being represented by the Knight of Steels, which is also the Knight of Wands. We have them also being represented by the bird card Hawk with guardianship and vision strong. I'm not sure. I got this card actually in a recent reading, actually the one before this, and I thought it was supposed to be maybe strong vision, or they're just being really artful with their words. I don't know, but you know, whatever, it's fine. And then for the energy in the middle, we had the Six of Blades, which is also the Six of Swords. Let me move this up a little bit. And the angel card underneath that, again, this is the energy between you. So the angel card underneath that is Athena. It is safe for you to be powerful, to know how to be powerful in a loving way that benefits others as well as yourself. Or you know how to be powerful in a loving way that benefits others as well as yourself. So that's interesting. I have to move this up a little bit, I guess. I think this got a little out of whack since the last reading. And okay. Hopefully that's fine. All right. And on your side, we have the Five of Steels, or Five of Wands, and we have the bird card of Vulture, Life, Death, and Rebirth. Okay, so let's see what energies we are picking up on in this conversation today. So starting over on this person's side with the Knight of Wands, this is like a fiery, passionate energy. Both sides actually have fire energy. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius are the star signs represented by fire. And with the Knight of Wands, that's someone who charges in. And with the Hawk, like, I get the sense of like someone just diving in, like someone with like a clear vision of what they want, like diving in, like taking some kind of action, like going in for the kill. I don't take that literally in this case. Like, I don't think there's like a sinister energy or anything here, but like someone who's very focused, someone who's got good vision, someone who, in this case, also may be very protective, because with the Knight of Wands in this deck, this character on the Knight of Wands card in the book that he's from is an older brother. He's definitely, it's interesting because he's definitely like a more gentle, caring character, but he's also a warrior at the same time, and he is a protective older brother. So he's not someone who comes across as protective in like a toxic way. He's like very much protective in like a paternal way, although he's quite young and he's not a father, at least early in the series. But this person might have like a particularly protective energy, and it could be, and it might be bringing that to this conversation. Whether it's a protective of like themselves or someone else, or protective of you in particular. But there's definitely like an action-oriented feeling over here. On your side with the Five of Wands, again, like more fire, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and we have Vulture, Life, Death, and Rebirth under that, which to me, specifically, okay, actually Hawk feels like, I have no basis for this other than my own intuition, but Hawk feels like air energy almost, like fire and air, and this feels like fire and like water, fire and Scorpio energy specifically, because of like death and rebirth. But on your side, I feel like there's a little bit more of a tumultuous feeling, or like there's some kind of like, it's almost like there's something that you're bringing to this relationship or this conversation where it's like something that you don't want to do or don't want to say, but you feel like you have to in order to bring about some kind of change in this relationship. So it's like, I feel like this person on this side, the left side, is like, they've got a vision of what they want to say or what they want to do or what they want to bring to this conversation, and they're like just going in, like they're focused and they're going to bring it through. And again, it might come from with like protective energy, or like, I don't know, they're very focused. And on your side, it feels like there's more trepidation, or like something, there's an intensity or a hesitation around what you want to do or what you want to say, but it's something that you're doing in service of bringing some kind of transformation here, to this relationship, to yourself, to, it's like maybe on your side, there's like a vulnerability that you're sharing, that is hard for you to do. And then like this person's almost like coming in and creating a safe space for you, or wanting to be a safe space for you, or like, yeah, like wanting to like catch you if like it's almost like you're doing like a trust fall, and this person is like catching you and being like, yeah, I got you, like it's all good, you know, you're safe to land. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. And with the energy in between you guys, the Six of Blades, Six of Swords, this is typically moving from choppier waters into safer waters, into calmer waters, into moving to a better place. So I feel like the energy of this conversation is wanting to move this relationship to a better place than it is at, or than it has been at. And wanting to step into your power, and maybe both people are wanting to step into their power here. Like maybe one person wants to step into their power of being a protective person, a guardian, taking care of someone, taking action on that front, and you are stepping into your power by like sharing a vulnerability, or doing something like, again, like you're ripping a band-aid off, or doing something that's hard for you to do, but ultimately it feels like you have to do, and you don't actually know. Like on your side, I feel like you're less sure about the outcome, like you feel like less sure about how well it's going to go or if it's going to be worth it, but you also feel like it's necessary to bring some kind of change about so that you can both move forward. And no matter what the outcome is, you're having faith that it will be for the best in the end, ultimately. And with the energy between you, that really does make sense. Again, like the intention here for both of you with this conversation is to move this relationship, move something along to a better place. And there's definitely an implication of like safety is important here. It's safe for you to be powerful. And also the idea of like knowing how to be powerful in a loving way that benefits others as well as yourself. So I feel like in whatever like your vulnerability is or the thing that it's hard for you to say or do, in doing that, you are doing that with the intention of stepping into your power and being powerful in a way that's like beneficial to you, but also to the other person. You're putting your best foot forward in that way, even again, if you don't know if it's going to work out in the way you want it to or not. And then this other person is working to do the same in their own way, where again, there's like a more focused, like action-oriented, I don't feel like there's as much hesitation or fear here, but it's like, it could be that this person on the left is like acting in this way in response to whatever you're saying. Like you're the one who's like opening something difficult or opening the conversation, and this person's like coming in and like catching your vibe, your drift, like swooping in like the hawk, you know what I mean? Yeah, but you're both wanting to benefit one another, to put your best foot forward and to move things along in a way that is positive for both of you. So with that, I'm going to get a quick drink of water, and then we're going to pull 3 cards for each side. So if you watched recently my head and heart reading, it's like a conversation between your head and your heart. I'm doing it basically in the same kind of format. So we're going to do some song cards, and then we're going to do some quote cards to continue the conversation, and then we will end it. So there's a lot of information here. Like the first group was pretty long, so let's get into it. Okay, so let's start by getting 3 songs to represent. Oh, and also, while I'm shuffling these cards, I wanted to say, like, I'm including both sides of this conversation because, A, like, you might not immediately know, even though I set the intentions for this to be you and that to be them, you might not know immediately, like, which side is you, and I'm leaving it open so that in case you are a different side of the conversation, you can still receive a message. But also because sometimes we don't always know exactly what we want to say or how we want to say it, or we don't know exactly where we're at, or we get confused, and this can be clarifying for us as well in terms of like, oh yeah, wait, is that actually how I feel and what I want to say? Oh, okay, like that feels right or that doesn't, you know what I mean? So I just feel like that can be beneficial. It can be beneficial to hear your perspective as well as another person's at the same time. So let's start with a card from 3 song cards from this person on the left, and then we'll get 3 song cards from you on the right. So, all right. Okay, I got a card. I'm gonna put it off to the side. It's the card. It pops out all the time in like almost every reading I do song cards, and I'm gonna take it, but I'm also gonna get 3 other cards because I don't. Yeah. All right. Let's get. No. 2. And 3. Let's get at least one more card from this person's side, please. Let's get at least one more song card from the person on the left, please. What do they want to communicate to? That's too many. What does this person on the left want to communicate to the... Oh, okay. And I'm going to get one more card. Yeah, thank you. Interesting, okay. All right, so yeah, I'm going to take the four cards. All right. So first we got Hallelujah, and I just feel like we've gotten that in so many readings, so I was like, let me get 4 cards. The first group got 4 anyway. So Hallelujah, like, I mean, maybe if you've picked a lot of the groups that this song has shown up in, like, it makes sense. Could be an important song also for you and this other person, or like have some kind of significance to you. But we'll also get into like what it could mean. So we have Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen. We have Chances by Five for Fighting. We have... I thought this was a different card when it popped out, but we have just like lyrics from Euclid by Sleep Token that don't have any image or anything with them. So this is from Euclid, the song Euclid, Euclid, by Sleep Token. And these lyrics are, I play along with the life signs anyway, but hope to God you... Oh yeah, I like messed this one up. So I hope to God you know this feeling, but the lyric is actually, I hope to God you don't know this feeling, which feels significant here. So we're going to talk about that in a minute. And then we also have Natural Born Sinners by In This Moment. Interesting vibes. Interesting vibes. But we're going to get your side of the conversation first before we get into it. So on this person's side on the right, what do they want to communicate? What do they want to communicate in this conversation? What are they communicating? And I almost got your cards first because I felt like you're the one who's starting this conversation almost, but this song came out in the last group, but you know what? We'll take it because it feels right. What else does this person want to communicate? Interesting. What else does this person... Oh, that's too much. What else does this person on the right want to communicate? What else does this person on the right want to communicate? What else does this person on the right want to communicate? Oh, okay, I see. And one more card, please. What else does this person on the right want to communicate? What else does this person on the right want to communicate with the person on the left, please? One more, because we got 4 for the other one, so... Is there anything else that this person on the right wants to communicate? I'll shuffle it up one more time. If not, we'll take this. What is this person on the... Okay. Wow. Okay. Interesting. We got 2 In This Moment songs, one on each side. Wow. Okay. 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 All right. So... So we have Isolation by Alter Bridge on your side, Chokehold by Sleep Token, so another Sleep Token song, What I've Overcome by Fireflight, and Big Bad Wolf by In This Moment. I'm so excited. I don't think I've gotten an In This Moment song in a reading yet. Yay. I've been wondering, been like, sometimes like some of the same songs keep popping out, and I'm like, yeah, maybe they're just significant to a lot of the same people, like, but I want to get some new blood in here, you know what I mean? Okay, so... I'm going to start on your side this time because I feel like you are starting off this conversation. So we're going to, first of all, look at Isolation. So, okay. Yeah, no, we're going to read the lyrics first for this one. Isolation brings you to the end until you love again. Isolation, if you could only see what will come to be. Maybe you'll find a life you can live and learn to love along the way and make things better. So you might be bringing up some insecurities you've had around feeling lonely or feeling isolated, maybe physically, but I also just heard like isolated in your feelings, isolated in a sense of maybe responsibility. So we didn't really talk about like what the dynamic of this relationship could be. I mean, like I mentioned, it could have a strong foundation of friendship, but the actual nature of the relationship, I mean, it could be like a friendship that's also like romantic, or there's like vibes, or it could be like a long-term partner, or something. It could, like, there could be something familial here, but I also feel like, it seems like maybe there's something more, I don't know, we'll see. But with isolation, yeah, I feel like it's either you're feeling isolated in general, or you're talking about maybe past feelings of isolation where you're like looking to come in more into yourself and like make a better life for yourself than you've had in the past. And you might have some past things, like you might be bringing up some past fears or insecurities or things that still haunt you sometimes. You might be like wanting to be vulnerable with this person in this way. And part of maybe coming out of your isolation means opening up about some of the insecurities and fears that you've had, especially if this is a case where, say, this is a relationship where you want to take it to the next level, or like deepen the relationship, start a relationship, whatever it is. You might be opening a conversation that's difficult for you to have because it's about maybe insecurities that you had in the relationship itself, or in past relationships or in past situations or things that you've just never talked with this person about before. We have chokehold as well, which says, when we were made, it was no accident. We were tangled up like branches in a flood. So there could be something you're opening up with regards to feeling like this person, you and this person maybe have like a deep relationship or one that goes beyond this lifetime, maybe a more spiritual aspect to it. In that way, you could be opening up about that, and that could be weird or scary because you're like, I don't know if this person will agree with that or like feel the same way. But in general, you could also be opening up in a way where you're like, I want to share my fears and insecurities, and like I want to be met with the same kind of openness, or I want to take things to another level with this relationship and I feel really connected with this person, but I don't know if they feel the same way. And at the same time with chokehold, there could be something you're expressing about feeling like you've maybe had your feelings or your fears or things that you've been afraid to share in a chokehold, like you haven't felt like you've been able to share them, and you want to shift the dynamic in this relationship so that you can share these things more openly. And it could also be feeling maybe like, because we were talking about moving this relationship to a better place, a more stable place. It could also feel like you could feel like in a way there's some kind of control issue here. Like maybe this person energetically, I'm not talking about like a a toxic relationship or anything that was like harmful or hurtful, like abusive, like I'm not talking about that, but that's not what's coming up here, but it's more like figuratively in a chokehold in terms of like feeling like maybe this person has more power than you in some way, or like feeling that you've been feeling maybe disempowered in the relationship and wanting to step more into your power, and you just feel like you need to make the other person aware of your feelings. But also you being vulnerable and you expressing certain things that maybe you've been afraid to express could be your way of stepping into your power that will help negate or flip or free you from this feeling of being stifled potentially, whether it's in this relationship or in general. And that could be also what you're doing in expressing yourself like this. Because we've also got what I've overcome. So for some of you, you might be being honest about like things that you've been through in the past that might keep you from feeling secure in this relationship, that might keep you from feeling safe with this person. Even if you want to move things forward with them, or you want to have a deeper relationship with them, you might have felt afraid to share certain things because you weren't sure they'd understand, or you didn't feel free to open up, or you maybe didn't even have the words to communicate it. And now doing so, you are taking that leap of faith that they will meet you where you're at and be able to hold space for that. This also says, I've got this passion. It's something I can't describe. It's so electric. It's like I've just come alive. I feel this freedom now that my past is erased. I feel the healing. I found the meaning of grace. Yeah. So this is, I think I mentioned this before because I bought this song before in another reading, but Fireflight, I believe, is a Christian band. Maybe Christianity or religious faith is important to you, or this connection, or maybe it's just the feeling of, that you can have no matter what your faith or lack thereof is, of like having been through a hard time and having found things that helped you get through it, that helped you come out on the other side and live a better life. And, that might be something that you want to open up about your journey with this person. And you might just, again, I feel like there was some fear, there was some trepidation, there was some I'm opening a can of worms here. I hope it's for the best. I have to trust that it's for the best, but I don't know how it's going to go, And it's the idea that one way or the other, in one case, you might express yourself and it might be difficult and it might not go perfectly, but it will let you know, okay, either this relationship isn't going to work the way it is, and I'm going to, we're both going to grow and be better and maybe move on in other ways to other people or in other situations, or we're going to work through it and we're going to be stronger for that, or it's going to go way better than I even thought it would go and we'll be stronger for it in that way, something like that. But there's definitely something difficult that you want to talk about, that you want to put on the table, that requires you to be vulnerable, possibly about some insecurities. It could be really difficult truths from your past. It could be things that you've been through that you find it difficult to share. And it could be things that either have nothing to do with what happened in this relationship that you're bringing up, or it could be things that have been insecurities or difficulties that have been exacerbated by this relationship or this person in the past, but since you want to move past that and you want to have a better relationship, you want to be honest about it and say, hey, like, you know, when you said this or when you did this, it brought these things up for me, and I just want to talk about it because I want to have a closer relationship. I want to be honest with you about this, and I want to let you know that, like, hey, this might trigger me or this might make me uncomfortable, but I want to work through it with you, that kind of thing. And we also have Big Bad Wolf, which is a good song. This says, she's got a hold on me. Maybe she is just what they want me to be. Even in these chains, you can't stop me. So, yeah, there's something that's been holding you back. Honestly, yeah, there's something that's been holding you back that you are breaking free from. You're breaking the chains. You're breaking maybe a silence in this conversation with this person, that with the intention, again, of stepping into your power, of being, like, powerful in the way that is vulnerable to, like, for example, like, if you're having a hard conversation with someone, where you feel like you're opening a can of worms because you're being vulnerable, you're being honest, like, hey, this wasn't perfect, or hey, my feelings were hurt by this, or hey, I actually want this in our relationship, but I have these fears moving forward, so can we talk about them? You know, it could be that, like, it could be like, hey, like, you know, I want to move things forward, but I have these fears because of X, Y, and Z. Can we talk through that? But it's like you wanting to step into that power and do that in a way that is beneficial for you and this person, so that, like, you're not maybe coming in too hot or accusing someone of things that maybe they didn't actually do or aren't really their fault, but yet you're also being honest about how you feel, so you're not holding back in that way. So you're finding that, like, balance between being honest and truthful, but also not being aggressive or starting a conflict where maybe there doesn't need to be one. Because sometimes when you've got difficulties in your past, sometimes when you've been through some difficult things can trigger you where other people might have no idea why or how that would happen. They might not understand that experience. They might need to be let in on what that means for you. And if you are making the decision to be honest with someone about that, where you think they might not have understood that in the past, or they might have said or done things that they didn't even know were hurtful, you might, like, need to walk the line between being emotionally honest and not putting yourself down for having the feelings that you feel and having the experiences that you've had, while also, like, not bashing the person or trying to, like, smash the person with, like, your experiences and your feelings that they might not have ever had any intention of hurting, or they might not have known or had the knowledge to avoid in the past. You know what I mean? That's what it kind of feels like. On their side, let's take a look. So first of all, with Hallelujah, and you say I took the name in vain. I don't even know the name, but if I did, well, really, what's it to ya? There's a blaze of light in every word. It doesn't matter what you heard, the holy or the broken. Hallelujah. Ooh. So in this, the first thing that came to mind with this song in particular, which is kind of a newer interpretation, but, like, you say I took the name in vain. I don't even know the name. This might be them responding to you if you're bringing up, like, hey, you know, I have some fears around how our relationship is going because of this thing you said, or this way that you act, or hey, you hurt my feelings in this way. Like, if you're bringing up things like that from the past, it feels like this person is responding by saying, like, oh, you say it like I did this thing. I didn't even know. Like, I had no idea. And I know, like, these lyrics can seem a little bit invalidating in the, like, but if I did, well, really, what's it to ya? I don't actually get the sense that for the majority of you, that's, like, what this person is trying to do. In fact, that could be maybe an acknowledgement that in the past, that's been a pattern that you've felt invalidated in this relationship, because maybe this person didn't meet you where you were at emotionally. And it feels like an acknowledgement of that. It feels like almost like that's pointing out, like, oh, this is part of the dynamic that you are bringing up, right? Like, if you are, for example, looking to start a new chapter of a relationship with this person, one thing that you might be doing is saying, hey, on your side, you might be saying, hey, like, these are my insecurities, these are my fears, these are things that I've been through. And I feel like in this relationship, we haven't really talked about it. It hasn't been acknowledged, but I feel like in order to move into a better space with you and in order to progress and move forward with you, I need you to understand this. I need to open up to you about it. And this is them acknowledging, oh, wow, like, I didn't know any of that in the past. So in the past, I might have been flippant, or I might have been sort of I might have just said things or whatever without the knowledge of what that would mean to you, because, sometimes that's just how it goes, right? And you can't really be honest with someone if they have no idea, like, if someone has no idea about certain things that you've been through, or like your perspective on things, then they don't know when they're walking over something that's painful for you. And I feel like in this relationship, that could have been a past dynamic where, you might be someone who's sensitive, who's been through a lot of things, and this person just might have unknowingly trodden over some of those like triggers, without meaning to, and that's not necessarily without, and not with bad intent, because I feel like I said, there was like a protective energy, a guardianship energy, I feel like this is someone who wants to protect, who wants to take care of, who wants to respect, but may not have had the experiences or the maturity in the past to meet you there, or just simply, like I said, not the knowledge, because and no one is required to share things about themselves that are difficult until they're ready, but it seems like you are ready, like this is something that you want to do, and or have done. And this person is looking to meet you where you're at. They want to open up to you as well, and be honest with you as well, but it's like you are taking that first step to say, hey, like, this is what I need, this is who I am, and they're actually coming back at you with the same kind of energy, wanting to step into that power as well, because we have chances by 5 for fighting. So this person may, first of all, feel like you're giving them a second chance, or you've given them a lot of chances, or they're acknowledging chances that you've given them. Maybe in the past they've given you chances. Whatever it is, they might be acknowledging the idea that maybe like there's some kind of multiple chances that you both have had like with each other in some respect, or like or they appreciate the chance, the opportunity to do better, or the opportunity that you're giving them by being honest with them to change their behavior to accommodate you. Because again, this might not be a case where like anyone was intentionally like rude to each other or hurtful to each other. For a lot of you, I think this is a case where like maybe there are just things that one or both of you weren't ready to open up about, that then in order to progress your relationship forward and to undo some past hurts, you need to open up about in order to move forward, which can still feel really painful, right? At times. And I feel like, especially on your side, you're the one who's like really kicking this off, and there's a lot of that. But this person also, for the chances card, this says, chances are, when said and done, who will be the lucky ones who make it all the way? Though you say, I could be your answer, nothing lasts forever, no matter how it feels today. And then it goes, chances are will be the combination, chances come and carry me, chances are waiting to be taken, and I can see, chances are only what we make them, and all I need. So I do feel like this person is saying, thank you for giving me the chance, even though you have these feelings, or even though you have these fears. Thank you for sharing them with me, giving our relationship a chance to move forward. Because that's what I feel like is happening here, is that no matter the nature of this relationship, you are opening up in a way because you want to deepen the relationship, you want to move it forward, and you're striking that balance in this conversation between being honest about your emotions, but also, again, like being respectful, being honest and vulnerable out of a sense of like, I want to continue this relationship. I want to make this relationship stronger. I want to make it better. I want to make it deeper. And in order to do so, I need to be willing to have these difficult conversations. And I want to invite you in and invite you, and give you the opportunity to meet me there so that we can do this. And this person is acknowledging that you've given them this chance, and they want to take that chance with you. They also might be communicating in this case that if there is something around like a new relationship or a new start for you guys, they want to take that chance with you in general. And then we also have this, I play along with the life signs anyway, but hope to God you know this feeling. And okay, first of all, like I said, the original lyric is, I hope to God you don't know this feeling, which is because it's really about like someone playing along with the life signs, meaning like someone who's not really into living their life, like they've kind of lost their lust for life, it's a bit of a depressive episode kind of feeling, and hoping that another person doesn't know this feeling, hoping that they don't know that kind of pain. I feel like on the one hand, this person might actually have dealt with or can relate to maybe some of the things that you'll be bringing up here. So they might actually appreciate you being honest with what you've been through, or things that concerns that you've had, insecurities that you have, because they might actually have some of them too, either the same kind of ones or their own that they now feel more at liberty to share with you because you've taken that step and you've communicated and you've been vulnerable. And they might just not have ever known that they could do that with someone, or that they could communicate. They might not have had the words even. Sometimes we don't have the words to communicate things. And I think on your side, if this is something that you've waited a while to communicate to this person, like say they've been in your life a while, could be a new person, but if they've been in your life for a while, you might also be like, you might not have ever communicated these things before because you didn't have the language to, because you didn't know why you were getting upset about certain things, or you didn't know why something bothered you, or you didn't know that you could be that honest with someone. And it's just like aligning now so that you can take that chance. And this person might respond in kind. Like they might say, hey, like actually I do have some insecurities, or I do have some feelings that are similar to yours, or that I want to relate to you with. And that might be something they're bringing up as a result of what you're talking about here. But then also, I feel like, hope to God you know this feeling. There might be a sense of feeling more camaraderie with you, feeling more connected to you because of this. Like almost like it's misery loves company, but I don't mean that in like a toxic way. I mean that in like a, oh, I don't feel so alone in what I'm feeling. I didn't realize before now until you voiced it that I actually have this similar feeling as well. But I didn't know I could, I didn't know until you voiced it, or I feel better now that you said it because I realized that I relate to that too. And it could also, there's another meaning coming through from that, which is hope to God you know this feeling could also be like, I also want a deeper relationship with you. I also want to move things forward, and I've also had some concerns. And I'm glad that you know this feeling and that you're being honest about it, because I feel the same way. Because it could also be like, again, like this could be almost, for some of you, this could be like a love confession that's also mixed with some like difficult energies. Because for some of you, it might be difficult for you to actually progress this relationship forward if there have been difficult things in your past, or difficult things in this relationship in the past, or what have you, whatever the energy is. It's like, it could be that kind of thing where it's like both a love confession, but also an opening up for you of things that you've been afraid to share. And it could be there's more mutual energy here than you've thought until you took that leap of faith. Because again, I feel like you are bringing the energy of like life, death, and rebirth, and this person is coming in and responding to that. Like they're swooping in and they're like picking you up. And then we also have this Natural Born Sinners in This Moment song. I feel like the fact that in this moment is on both sides, it feels to me like it's like you're actually more on the same page than maybe you think you are. Or like you're able to connect more deeply through this conversation than you thought you would be able to. Yeah. And this says, did you really think that by pushing me, I would become what you want me to be? And did you really think by hating me, I'd open up, I'd just hand you the key? I know you're scared and you don't understand. This is my life. This is who I am. But I do know, what I do know is come Judgment Day, I followed love. Can you say the same? Yeah. So both of these songs, both of these In This Moment songs, to me, I feel like relate directly to the like mutual energy of wanting to step into your power, but also be powerful in a loving way, not a hurtful way, and wanting that the same from the other person. So like you're opening up to trust the other person to be powerful, to speak their truth, to be who they really are. Because like, yeah, like on your side, it's like this song where this person feels like there's two parts of her. Like she feels like there's like the big bad wolf in her, which is actually to her, I think, the side that wants to break the chains, and then there's like the little pig, which is actually the side that like wants to be docile and wants to do what other people want her to do rather than doing what she wants to do. And so like the wolf is actually trying to break the chains. And so on your side, I feel like there's like you wanting to break the chains of like your old way of being, maybe like the fears that have held you back, and saying like, you know, no matter what's happened to me, like it won't stop me from saying this, from stepping into my power. And on their side, it's like, yeah, like kind of a similar energy, honestly, stepping into who I am, who they are, saying who they are, and following love, wanting to follow love no matter what. There could also be, if there's been conflict in this relationship in the past where it's actually like been, where you're actually wanting to move from a place of conflict into a place of more peace. Like again, The vibe is wanting to both mutually move forward in peace. If you've both had conflict, that conflict could have to do with you feeling like you've been held back or chained by this person a little bit, even if it's not intentional. And this person may be feeling like they've been judged or pushed by you out of their comfort zone in a way that's like hasn't respected who they are. And like, you know, like on one side, your energy maybe being a little bit like more about like, oh, who you could be and who I want you to be, as opposed to who you are, you know, loving you for who you are. And like on their side, they could have been a bit like, you know, like almost like trying to control the relationship or the situation, or like force more of their ideas or something. And in a way, like maybe you both had that kind of power struggle in the past, whether overtly or like subvertly. And I feel like that's just a reflection of maybe like dynamics that you grew up with or learned from your past, or just in broader society have influenced you, that again, like you're both wanting to break free from, you're both wanting to move forward from, and together like be honest about, so that you can break those chains, you can be in a better place, and you can learn to be powerful with one another and for one another, and be in your power safely with one another without feeling like it's a struggle, without feeling like you have to hide and protect yourself, or without feeling like you have to hold the other person back or push the other person to be like, there could have been a push and pull where like one person wants to pull someone like into being a different person, the other person wants to like push someone into like pull someone back, push someone forward, whatever it is. Like there might have been that kind of dynamic, or in past relationships you both might have had that kind of dynamic. It's going to really depend for your situation, but it's very interesting. And I feel like, again, it's very mutual energy of like wanting to move forward from that. It's just a matter of one person bringing this up, and one person and both of you being brave enough to talk about it and open up about it. And I do feel like this person in this conversation that we're having right now, energetically, they're swooping in and they are like really coming to, first of all, I do feel like there's an energy, again, like of protection, of like acknowledging, oh wow, like that's hard that you've been through that, wanting to do better for you, wanting to be there for you, and like your energy of like wanting to be vulnerable and wanting to be open because you in your own way want to be there for this person, and you want to be open with them because you don't want to build resentment or have any negative patterns carry forward into your relationship if you start something new. And so you want to be open about that from the start. Okay, yeah. But also, yeah, Six of Blades, it's like very equal on both sides. Like 6 is like a very balanced number, so there's balance here. It's possible that you just both either have had trouble with balancing this relationship in the past, or you've struggled to have a balanced mutual relationship in the past, and this conversation will bring that balance, or is necessary to make sure that this relationship moves forward in a balanced way. Okay, so I'm just laughing a little bit because I'm like feeling a little bit of the energy, and there's some heaviness here. Like I feel like there's definitely some insecurities on both sides that might have held you both back in the past, and I do feel like there is fear here in opening up to this conversation, because I do feel like on the other side of this is the unknown. It's like, oh, okay, we'll hopefully improve things, but I don't know where it's going to lead, you know? And it could just even be that leap of faith of like opening up to someone in a new way, or someone new, and being like, okay, like, are we going to build something out of this? Is this going to come to fruition? Is this going to create a better dynamic? And it's kind of like, well, the intention's there on both sides, and Athena's with you, and she's saying it's safe to be powerful. It's safe to be powerful, and I feel like in this case, in your case, power is truth. Power is vulnerability. And this is saying it's safe to be powerful in a loving way that benefits yourself as well as others. It's you being vulnerable in a way that allows you to be powerful. And so we're going to get some quote cards for both sides. We're going to pull quotes for them first. So almost like if you start the conversation and they meet you there, now I want them to start the conversation with these quotes. That's how we're going to do it. So, okay. And we're going to, okay. And this is a blank card. We're going to keep shuffling. That's a blank card. Group 2's person on the left. That's on their mind. 1 or 2 more cards for what you want to say. how you want to start like a conversation based on this. Ooh, we're gonna take this one. I'm gonna get one more for their side. One more from the other deck, actually, because there's 2 sides to this deck. One more from the person on the left, please. Person on the left, what do you want to say? Okay. And then person on the right, so the listener, most likely, what do you want to say in response? Person on the right, what do you want to say? What do you want to say? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, that makes sense. And what else do you want to say? What else do you want to say? Person on the... Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. Oh, yeah, you know what? I'm going to take that too. Okay, we've got this one, this one, this one, and there's another one here. Yeah, I want this one too. Okay, I'm giving you extra cards. It's fine. It's all coming together. Okay, so this person wants to say, on the left, first of all, it's this card, and it says, I want to know how to be brave like you. And there's a response here that says, I'm reckless, there's a difference. And this is from Hellbent by Leigh Bardugo. But I do actually feel in this case that this person is saying that they want to know how to be brave like you, because I feel like what you're doing in this relationship, in this conversation, is being brave. You're stepping up to be vulnerable in a way that is clearly hard for you. And I think this person respects that a lot. And I feel like I said, they were not the one to initiate that. But they respect that you, oh, this is sweet. They respect that you were, and they want to acknowledge that, and they want to embody that themselves as well. It's almost like this person is telling you things about how they perceive you, how they see you. Maybe even in response to you opening up, you might feel like you're being too much, or you might feel like you're being too emotional, or like, if you've been through all these things, this person might not be able to relate to that, and they might just think that you're, again, like too much or crazy, or like you've got too many hang-ups or things like that. I'm like starting to want to cry a little bit, actually. But this person, I feel like, is saying no. That's not how they see you. Oh no. Oh, okay. I'm going to keep going. We also have, she likes to read, she reads all the time, and she prefers to be reading several things at once. She says it gives endless perspective and dimension. And this is from Autumn by Ali Smith, which might be something like that they're saying about you, like maybe you're giving them new perspective, like you're helping them see something from a new way, maybe even understand things about themselves that they didn't understand before, giving them new dimension to how they see themselves. Also, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe you like to read a lot, and they're saying, like, I respect that, I like that, that's cute. But I feel like they do feel like you see the world with a lot of perspective and dimension, and that you bring that to them and to their life, and they appreciate the perspective and dimension that you bring to their life. So just because you might have different experiences, or you might express yourself in a different way, or have different needs than they would have understood, the fact that you can speak about that honestly is something that they actually value in their life. And we also have this, which says, you never stop being yourself on the inside, whatever age people think you are by looking at you from the outside. Also from an Ali Smith book, Winter this time instead of Autumn. Oh, autumn and winter could be significant seasons. I mean, we are in autumn going into winter in the Northern Hemisphere at the time of recording. But, so this could be a conversation that's happening soon, or happening now, or like some version of it will happen soon. But you never stop being yourself on the inside. I feel like that might also be them saying to you that on some level, maybe they've always seen you as, like, maybe you've gone through, if this is someone you've known a while, maybe you've gone through different iterations of yourself, or you feel like you've changed a lot, or you feel like you've become a different person. But at the same time, I feel like they're saying, like, a lot of the things that they see in you now that they've always seen in you, like, there might be things that you have not always appreciated about yourself that they see in you now. There could also be a message here that maybe they feel like they haven't changed as much as you have, or something like that. I don't know. But I think mostly it's like always seeing you as the same in a good way, no matter what you've been through or what you've gone through. Like, they don't see you any differently knowing certain things about you, or if you've changed since you've known them, they still see like the you that's underneath the surface level you, right? Like, they feel like it hasn't changed how they feel about you. Oh yeah, that could be an important thing as well. Like, maybe there's a certain way that they feel about you as a person that no matter who you are, what you've gone through, or what you've shared with them, that never changes, right? There's something underneath the surface level that is solid, and it's kind of like that won't change no matter what. I want to cry. And then we also have this card which says, it's not about what happens to you, it's about how you handle it. From the Gene Keys by Richard Rudd. Yeah, also them letting you know that whatever it is you're sharing with them, whatever it is that you've been through in your life, that doesn't define you. Like, it's interesting because the song What I've Overcome kind of says, like, I'm not what I have done, I'm what I've overcome, which is a sentiment that it's kind of like looking at your life from the perspective of like, oh, I've overcome a lot of things, and like that's more important than like who I used to be and the things that I did when I was that person, right? So there could be things that you've been ashamed of in your past, but also at the same time, what I've overcome, when you're saying like, I'm not what I've done, but I am what I've overcome, you're still defining yourself by the things that you've overcome rather than something else that's more intrinsic to you. And I feel like even this person is responding to that by saying like, it's not about what happens to you, but it's how you handle it. And like, it's almost like they're saying like, who you are isn't what's happened to you, but who you are is reflected in the actions that you've taken, the responses that you've had to those things, how you've handled it, how you've moved forward, and how you've responded to life, and the road that you've taken to be the person that you are. And it's like, you could have gone through similar things and taken away different lessons or been a different person, but you're not, right? So there's an element of them like feeling like they see you for who you are no matter what, and loving that. Oh, this is real cute. Oh, let's get to your side. It's not going to be any less emotional for me on your side, I'm just saying. First of all, we have this card with belief clings, but faith lets go. Also, butterfly, Scorpio energy, transformation. Yeah, there's something transformational here that you're doing. Belief clings, but faith lets go. You bringing this up, you having this conversation with this person is an act of faith. It's an act of letting go of outcomes, letting go of even what this person might respond with. Doing something, I think you're doing this for yourself and because you feel like it's what needs to be done, and you're just having faith that it's the right step forward, again, without knowing where it will lead. But it feels like a big step for you, and it's a big act of faith, even if it might just seem like a small thing to some people. Like, you don't even have to feel like this is like a huge, profound revelation, but if it's something that's hard for you to say, if it's a conversation that's hard for you to open, it still might feel like this huge leap of faith, no matter what anyone else would project onto your situation. Like, if that's how you feel, that's what it is, right? We also have this card, like, yeah. I hope you could see that in the reflection, yeah. And it says, a hunted man sometimes wearies of distrust and longs for friendship, yeah. So this is you wanting to bridge any kind of gap or divide that there's been, wanting to, like, wearying of distrust. You might not have trusted this person with yourself before. You might not have trusted yourself to even say certain things or open a relationship up to a deeper level before, but you're tired of that distrust and you want a deeper connection. It could be friendship, it could be, any kind of deeper connection, but I feel like you are really opening up here. You're choosing to trust, and that's what you're saying. Like, yeah, you want them to know that. You want them to know that you're bringing this stuff up not to be accusatory. If there is any element of like, hey, you hurt me in this way, if there is any element of that in this conversation, you are wanting to open up in a way that's like, hey, I'm not doing this to cause a rift. I'm doing this to actually help our relationship move forward. But also in general, like, that's the whole purpose of you opening up in this way is because you want to deepen something, is because you want something more profound here to take place by being honest in this way. And we also have this quote which says, it's from Fleabag. All right, if you haven't seen Fleabag, anyway. It says, I was taught that if we're born with love, then life is about choosing the right place to put it. People talk about that a lot, it feeling right. When it feels right, it's easy, but I'm not sure that's true. It takes strength to know what's right, and love isn't something that weak people do. Being romantic takes a hell of a lot of hope. I think what they mean is when you find somebody that you love, it feels like hope. So yeah, again, about taking a chance on someone, taking a chance on something, putting yourself out there to trust. This is also you, I feel like, reaffirming yourself in that you're doing this from a space of love in order to bring about more love and in order to take a leap of faith and give yourself a chance to trust someone else in that way, to be vulnerable with someone else in that way. And maybe even telling this person that this is how you feel about them, that like you love them and that it feels like hope to open up to them in this way. I also feel like maybe you are, again, like I feel like you're the one who's like maybe more expressive or more outwardly expressive or easily expressive. You might be more wordy as well. And in that you might give voice to certain things that this person is feeling as well. But I get the sense like if there's a monologuer in this relationship, it's probably more you than them, especially when it comes to talking about yourself and like emotions and feelings, which again, I feel like they actually respect that and they appreciate that and maybe even wish that they could embody that more themselves. But yeah, I feel like again, this is an act of faith, an act of love, and an act of trust on your side, and you want them to know that. And then we also have this card with, don't make me an optimist, you will ruin my life, also from Fleabag. And this is said in like a cheeky, joking way, but also, yeah, like, and there's like a hopeful energy here as well. I feel like you are hopeful that this person will respond and receive you well. And I feel like the way that they do actually respond to this might actually make you feel more optimistic and like a little bit like, oh, maybe I was wrong about you, or maybe my fears about the situation were wrong. Like maybe even if you're taking this leap of faith, you still have fears, you still don't always fully trust, but you're doing it anyway, right? And then it's like, oh wait, like maybe I'm more optimistic about this situation than I thought I would be after this conversation. You know what I mean? Oh no, I have to be optimistic now. Like, oh, I have hopes now about this situation, right? Because like going into it, you might just be feeling like, okay, like this might ruin everything, but I have to say it, lay it out all there. Because you might, again, have some fears. And then I wanted to also pull this one out because it caught my eye. And when I read the quote, I was like, it's perfect. And it says, I'd have to leave the armor behind, but maybe I wouldn't need it anymore. From All Systems Red by Martha Wells, the Murderbot Diaries series. That just sums it up. Like, I feel like on this side, if this is you, and by the way, of course, like I said, it could be flip-flopped, so maybe this is something that the other person is going through and they want you to know. Like, if this sounds like you on the left, take it. But I feel like regardless, this person, and maybe both of you in this conversation, are looking to leave the armor behind. But you're also, like, cautiously optimistic or even very optimistic through this conversation that you don't need it anymore. I really feel like this is all about people letting their guard down with each other so that you can build a foundation of deeper trust and maybe, like I said, move past some past misunderstandings or distrust or struggles, or like make sure that this relationship moves forward without those things that could have been present in past relationships or past friendships or things like that, depending on who you are and how you know each other. But ultimately, like, it's letting your guard down with each other, giving the other person the opportunity to meet you as you truly are and to take care of you and to be there for you, and not need to have your defenses up so much. It's like you're letting your defenses down, and this is giving both of you the opportunity to let your defenses down, to let your guards down. I feel like I even want to put this in the middle because I feel like regardless of your situation, this is a relationship where both of you may have had your guards up with each other and in general in the past, and you are learning to let your guards down with one another, be more open and honest with one another, and say things that are even hard, have the hard conversations, because it's how you are going to show each other respect, love, and a willingness to work with one another, move forward in a relationship and make things better. And this is going to build a foundation of deeper trust for this relationship that's necessary in order to move forward. but it does take a leap of faith. It might be scary, and it might take, like, this is, this could be a future conversation that you want to have, or the energetics of this conversation happening now might shift how you move forward in the future, and it might not happen exactly like this, or maybe this does reflect something that a conversation you've already had. But regardless, I do feel like, take the opportunity to let your guard down, to go in with an open heart, to go in and be brave and be vulnerable, because no matter how, at the end of the day, no matter how another person responds to that, if you went in with your authentic truth, that you were aiming to be powerful and be in your power in a way that was intended to be beneficial to both you and this other person, and you were honest with yourself and honest with them and laid that out on the table, that you did that's an act of respect for yourself and the other person. And no matter what, at the end of the day, that means something, and you will be prepared to do that in relationships. And whether it's with this person or another person, like, it can only benefit you, no matter what happens. But also, like, it feels like this is a relationship where there is mutual respect and there is a desire to mutually move forward and to make this relationship stronger, and to let your guard down, and like, maybe you won't need your arm anymore. Maybe you will be able to let go of any defensiveness or protectiveness, because you'll both realize that you both want to respect and protect each other, and you just need to communicate about how to do that appropriately by being vulnerable and by being honest about, like, hey, these are my insecurities, these are my fears. When you say this, it reminds me of this and that hurts, or when you do this, it makes me feel like this and that hurts, without being accusatory, but also with being honest and, like, not holding back on how you feel, which is so beautiful. And like I said, like, I almost cried during this reading, so this could be a very emotional conversation for both of you, but very necessary, and I think for the best. Yeah. Okay. Last thing, I do feel like this person might have a perspective shift around you or around the situation, or maybe in general, like, you have challenged their perspective a lot or changed their perspective a lot, and they want you to know that and recognize that, which seems important. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna leave it there. It's been long enough. I hope that was helpful to you. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that resonated, and if you would like, please like, comment, subscribe, leave a comment with how this resonated if you want. And of course, I do offer personal readings. That's on our website, sunflowerphilosophytarot.com. You can check that out, link in the description. And then we do offer hypnosis and human design as well. I hope you have a wonderful life, and I will see you in another reading again sometime very soon. Bye! Hi, Group 3. If you selected this blue opalite, then you are in the right place. And this is your reading, which will be a conversation between you and the person on your mind, which is the intention that I set. However, I have been mentioning this in all the groups. If someone else seems to be coming up and you know who it is and you actually are curious about what they have to say, then you can just take that as maybe you just need to hear from that person right now instead of the one that you were thinking of. And there also might be more than one group that's applicable for you, more than one person that wants to talk to you. So, just go in, as always, with an open, curious mind, use your intuition, and just have some fun with it. I really enjoyed the energies of both Group 1 and 2 because they were both very different, and yet I felt like some important and deep things were coming through. And I wanted to make this clear, is that the intention of this is meant to be definitely opening up to a heart-to-heart between you and whoever this person is. So for some of you, this might be closer to an interaction that you may have had with them or want to have with this person, or the energy that is in general present with you both at this time. Or it could be a reflection of energy that you want to bring into the relationship and a conversation that you want to have. But it could also be like, if this is someone who you're not speaking with or who is not in this realm, more of just like a heart-to-heart on the higher levels of like what you would both really want to say to each other and convey to each other, even if you can't physically exchange energy in like the conversational way anymore, if that makes sense. So just keep an open mind. And how I did this was I pre-pulled the cards. I set the intention that the person on the left will be the person you're thinking of, and the person on the right will be you. But of course, if things are reversed or you feel like both people could be both sides, just take that. I will be speaking as if this is the person that we're talking about and this is you. And I also did pull energy for like just in general the energy of this conversation. Like it could be in reference to the vibe between you, but also maybe alluding to the topic of conversation depending on what comes out. And I also wanted to let you know that I chose to do both sides of the conversation, both yours and this person's, because sometimes that also can help us clarify exactly what we want to communicate. And you can see, oh yeah, that's actually like kind of what I wanted to say or convey. Sometimes we don't even always know what we want to say to someone, right? So just be open to that. And I'm going to start, before I actually lay out the cards, by just telling you some of the impressions that I got when I was actually selecting the cards. I did a little meditation and I just saw what came up for each group, and I wrote it down. I have a little post-it here, and so I'll read these out. So some of this could be confirmation for you, could be relevant for some of you, could provide context for some of you, but of course doesn't have to. Once we get into the reading, things usually also come up. So if this doesn't necessarily confirm anything for you, just, feel free to keep listening and wait until we get into the reading. But before I even read off the post-it note, I actually was singing a song from Tarzan, the musical, this morning. Specifically Two Worlds, the opening song. So maybe that is relevant to some of you. Specifically, the lyrics, the part where it's like, no words describe a mother's tears, no words can heal a broken heart. The dream is gone, but where there's hope, someone is calling for you. So take that if it resonates, but also maybe someone here is just a Tarzan fan. I don't know. Then, let me get into the stuff that I got while I was sort of meditating over these cards when I was pulling them. So I noticed I was smiling, first of all, when I was shuffling these cards. I feel like there is some kind of, even if there is like a heaviness, like that Tarzan lyric kind of felt a little heavy, I feel like there is a bubbly, happy energy also associated with this group somehow. There is a sweetness I was feeling, specifically with the blue opalite as well. To me, like this stone, when I first picked it up at the store, I felt like sort of a joy wash over me, and it feels like a very joyful vibe to me. And then I actually read the paper that came with it, and it actually is said to symbolize childlike glee and things like that. So there's definitely, oh, this could be, okay, well, we'll see. But there's definitely some kind of like childlike glee that's significant here. Something about excitement. But I also was picking up on like an excitement that sort of bordered on anxiety for some. Because excitement and anxiety are kind of the same physiological reaction, but often the thoughts that we have can influence how we experience that. So for some people that might be relevant as well, whether it's you or the person that we're speaking about. And I got a lot of things for this group. Because actually the Nine of Swords is not, I don't think is present in any of the cards that we pulled, but it did keep flipping over when I was shuffling the cards. And so that's where I was kind of getting the anxiety vibe from, because it felt like even though that wasn't going to represent either of your energies in this instance, there was an undercurrent of anxiety that is present here, but potentially just for this conversation, but maybe in this relationship in general, or maybe there's one or both of you who deal with anxiety in some way. So take that as it resonates. Also, potentially some fears or impatience around moving forward, moving something forward, moving this relationship forward, whatever it is. I don't know. There could be some impatience there as well. Blue was significant, which is why I ended up choosing the blue opalite for you guys, as well as water. And there's definitely a energy of like releasing things or letting go of energy, letting things bubble up to the surface. Something about maybe turning up the heat, like, when you turn up the heat on water to have it boil, like there's like a boiling over or a bubbling over, not necessarily in like an angry way, perhaps, but maybe more the concept of something bubbling up to the surface is what's being highlighted there. So any of those things could be relevant, but we will get into the actual cards now and take a look at what we're dealing with. So I'm going to start by laying the cards out left to right. So we have first the Nine of Runes, which is also the Nine of Cups in this deck. That's what it corresponds with also a word on it that says mania. And we also got 2 bird cards for this person. So they have Raven in reverse with things are shape-shifting. And we also have Help with the Unexpected Crow. And I thought the fact that we got Raven and Crow together for the same person is very interesting because ravens and crows are very similar birds, but they're not exactly the same. So that is for, like I said, most of you, it will be for the person you are thinking about. But, take it as it resonates. If it's more like you, once we get into it, you can take that. For the energy of this conversation, I have the Two of Wands, or Two of Steels in this deck, with the angel card Mystique, which says, keep charging ahead, don't take no for an answer, expect miraculous solutions to appear. And then for your energy, or the other person's energy, we have the Changeling, which corresponds with actually the Chariot in the Rider-Waite-Smith, and it's clarified by Eagle in reverse. Spirit vision and healing surround you. Okay, so interesting because we got like these bird cards that are in reverse here. Okay, so I'm actually going to start with the energy between you in this conversation. So when I first got this card, my gut instinct was this like, aw, kind of feeling. Like there is a feeling that there are very sweet emotions here, sweet feelings between the two of you. I don't know what kind of relationship exactly this is. I was feeling like there could be some romantic vibes, but then there's also that kind of childlike glee where I don't know if it's that you bring that out in each other or if there actually is like a parent-child relationship here. And I hesitate to say that because I hate like mixing messages where it could be misconstrued like completely based on like the different kinds of relationships. So we're going to have to explore the reading further before we know for sure. Because to me, this Two of Wands, first of all, in general, the Two of Wands, to me, is like about starting a new adventure, like moving into the unknown, like taking action, like taking a leap of faith, but generally from a positive place. And depicted in this Two of Wands, this person is an artist, and the character that he is he's a character from a book, and his character is really in love with this other person, and for a long time he knows this but doesn't speak about it. And so to me, this card can also symbolize like unspoken feelings or unspoken things that need to get said, that want to get said, and taking that leap of faith to do so. So that could be a romantic context, but it could also be not a romantic context, and that's why it can get a little confusing. But I do feel like overall the energy between you is definitely speaking things that have been unspoken. And with Mystique here, like keep charging ahead and don't take no for an answer, expect miraculous solutions to appear. It's possible that like there's an impulsive energy to this conversation where you're both speaking your mind on things, or you're both speaking to move certain things forward with maybe like a childlike innocence or glee or joy, like joyfully moving forward into some kind of future. And yet at the same time, it's interesting because the energies that you're both in, well, first of all, this moving forward energy on your side with the Changeling, which also sort of represents the Chariot, like charging ahead. This person, the Chariot can also be a bit of a stationary card because the Sphinxes are often facing different directions. But in this deck, this person's got an arrow. He's in action. He's got these two dogs on either side of him, like racing ahead. So to me, like this is a very action-oriented card. Like someone's got their sights set on something and they are in fact charging ahead. So you might be the one who's more in that charging ahead energy. Like there's some kind of specific goal that you have through having this conversation. Right now, like your energy is very focused on a certain goal. However, with the Eagle in reverse, spirit vision and healing surround you, there may be an element of like your, like, I don't know, blind faith just came to mind. Like you really feel like maybe you feel like a little rash in the actions that you're taking in this conversation. Like maybe you don't know if you're actually acting on divine inspiration or if you're acting through impulsivity. I also want to take a look at I didn't do this for the other groups because I kind of got some very clear messages on what the bird cards meant in this context, but I'm actually going to take a look in the bird book for Eagle in reverse for extra clarification here, because this is a very curious energy. I'm not sure what you guys are up to. We might have to get into the quote cards and the song cards to get a better idea, but Eagle, spirit, vision, and healing surround you. Eagle reversed, because they do have reversed meanings in this deck. As you come to realize your potentials, it is important to remember that knowing your potentials and expressing them properly are very different. Although vocally weak, the jaw of the eagle is powerful, designed to cut, tear, and crush. With reversed eagle, it is important to know when to speak, how much, and how strongly. Unless speech is controlled, someone may be hurt inadvertently, including you. Okay. Yeah. And that makes sense with what I was just saying about maybe some impulsivity, maybe just rushing ahead. And I feel like both of you are in like sort of, I don't want to say an immature energy because that can cast some judgment on it. I feel like it's more like there's an excitement, like I said, but an anxiety. And maybe out of anxiety, a feeling of like rushing what you're saying or like fumbling your words or not being able to get out exactly what you mean. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is the energy that's coming through right now. And so that might actually speak to you as confirmation if there is a conversation that you've had that has that energy, or that's how you feel sometimes when you like talk to this person or whoever this is. You might both embody, like, you might both have trouble communicating. Honestly, there might have been some trouble communicating here. Also, this can reflect impatience. So there might be this might just be signifying for you like an impatience, like wanting, like I said before, wanting to charge ahead and having impatience about it, and maybe feeling a little brash, a little impulsive when doing so. But again, we have like Mystique here. Like the energy of this conversation is definitely surrounding like a charging ahead, a leap of faith. If it is a romantic relationship, this could be like jumping in to something very quickly, or like making what many people might consider like a rash move, maybe like a really intense love confession, or like or just like a really nervous or rushed kind of thing. Like that could be, for some of you, what's going on here. Okay. Yeah, let's also look over at the person on the left, the person you're thinking about, because I feel like the childlike energy is coming out over here with Mania, with the 9 of Runes. The 9 of Runes or the 9 of Cups is generally like a very like emotionally satisfied card, like someone who's like satisfied with what they have. They have all of their cups in a row. But also with this interpretation, including Mania, like that's maybe okay. Like maybe for some people, there's someone who does have like some kind of diagnosis where manic episodes is part of that. That could simply be a confirmation for some of you. But they could also just in general have like a sort of manic energy. Like I just heard like manic pixie dream girl, which if anyone knows what that means, that's like a trope of like a female character who's quirky and weird and childlike and bubbly, but also has like a dark past. And usually when people call a character a manic pixie dream girl, it's not considered a good thing because there's a whole lot of stuff about stereotypes of women and how these characters are often not explored very properly, but are more meant to be like basically like tools of male characters that help male characters to grow, but not necessarily like given their own space and depth to have their own growth, if that makes sense. And it's just, a critique on media and the ways that we depict men and women and stuff like that. So, but maybe, because I don't think that the manic pixie dream girl traits have to be inherently a bad thing, maybe this person could embody some of the quirkiness and the adventurous nature, but also like some emotional turmoil. Maybe they've been through a lot of things. They could embody some of those elements. I don't think anyone in real life is actually that archetype, because we are not archetypes. We are a lot more than surface level characters, you know? So that also could be denoting maybe a vibe that this person gives off that masks like their true nature, because we do have interesting. Okay. So we have Raven in reverse. Things are shape-shifting in reverse with the changeling over on your side. Maybe you're coming in hot and this person isn't expecting it in this conversation. Like you're coming in hot with like something that you want to express, something that you want to say that they're not expecting you to say. And maybe you're expressing yourself in a way that they haven't seen you express yourself before, and there's a bit of surprise here. Because unexpected, there's an element of like being maybe caught off guard and experiencing the unexpected. But yet, I think there is a happiness here, but maybe also an underlying anxiety as well, because sometimes when you get really excited, even if it's a good thing, there is an anxiety with that comes with that. So even if what you're saying to a person isn't bad, or even if you're saying something to a person that is something that they even want to hear or they're excited about, they might still have some fears or anxiety come up. Like it might be a very heightened emotional experience for them. I get the sense that the person on the left that you're thinking of might have really intense emotions and might have trouble sometimes managing them, or have experienced that in the past. And sometimes that still comes up. So if they get caught off guard with the unexpected, they might clam up, or they might react in a way that isn't aligned with necessarily how they actually mean to react and how they actually feel, because they might be caught off guard in that moment. But this is interesting. I feel like we're just scratching the surface. I don't think we fully figured out what's going on here. I mean, you might know because you're the one who's having this conversation, and if you're already if it already sounds like you and your dynamic, or it sounds like someone that you know, then it's probably starting to make sense to you. But I'm very curious. I just want to look at the Raven reversed as well. Yeah, things are shape-shifting around you and are not what they appear, indicating you may be getting off course or being bogged down by unimportant things. You are not taking the actions you need to, or are waiting for others to take charge. Right now, not taking action or not making a decision will create more problem. Now is the time to enter the darkness and face our fears. Only then there's light. Yeah. So I definitely feel like, yeah, and maybe in this conversation you are taking charge, and in a really impulsive way, and like maybe you're coming on very strong, and maybe this person, again, like being caught off guard by it and getting bogged down in some of their fears or worries because they're a little startled or taken by surprise. This is so different than the other. This is so interesting. Let me also, I'm just going to look at Crow as well. Crow's new was called, the appearance of Crow suggests that group rather than solitary activities are more likely to succeed. Its appearance now is a warning not to try to tackle problems, difficulties, and threats on your own. Call out for some help, get some assistance, take advantage of any offers of help at this time. Interesting. Guys, interesting. Okay. So I'm going to set aside the romantic interpretation of things for a hot second, because it could be for some people. I know, I'm sorry if it's awkward if I like go back and forth between interpretations that are wildly different, but also it could be for some people that regardless of what the dynamic of your relationship is, if it's not like a love confession situation, which I could totally see in a case where it is one, and again, that was kind of the vibe I got with the Two of Wands. If it's more generally about like hidden feelings, things that might be coming to light, bubbling to the surface, which could include things like frustrations or even joy or excitement, or like, hey, I saw this really cool thing and I want you to check it out, or I think you'd be really good at this, you should do this. I feel like you on this side are maybe charging in with an idea or with something that you want this person to do or think about, or it could even be a general habit of coming in hot with like a judgment, or having a general attitude of like reacting in an impulsive way to this person's behaviors that maybe could trigger this person's anxiety a bit, and maybe this person is actually needing to ask for help with that, like it's a feeling like maybe this person needs things to slow down a bit so that they can like regroup, and maybe they need to ask your help to ground them, to help them move through whatever you guys are looking to move ahead with. Because I feel like the energy of this conversation is definitely about moving something forward, right? Like making some kind of progress, charging ahead on some kind of either project or on relationship, or on something that maybe like there's something that, again, like you want them to do, this person to do, that they're excited about, but they are nervous about it, and like they need maybe your help to feel more comfortable taking that step. I don't know. Interesting. Okay. Let's start pulling the song cards, because we need more context here. We need more context. But like I said, like this definitely goes on with the feeling of excitement, but also anxiety. Like it could be on both sides. That could be why you have like an energy of really feeling like you're rushing in, and maybe not always like thinking through what you're saying, and maybe being really excited. And that also could be why the other person is coming across as with a little bit of mania, where underneath there's like an underlying anxiety, and just maybe feeling like maybe neither of you feel like you're seeing very clearly, but at the same time I feel like you do have a very clear vision. Oop, I just spit. That could also be something. Maybe there's like an awkwardness between you. Like, you know, when you like are talking to someone and you really want to make a good impression, but then you like accidentally spit or something and you're like so embarrassed by it, and then that throws you off course. And like you, like if you, like maybe one or both of you have that tendency to get thrown off course by those little things. I think especially this person on the left might sometimes get thrown off course by little things like that take them off the task, or off the, like they might have trouble staying present with you, honestly, because I think there might be some anxiety happening, especially on their side. Like an emotional turbulence that they might need a little help to regulate. And so like something awkward happening in a conversation, or them being taken off guard by something that you say, could keep them from being as excited about something as you are, or keep them from keeping on the topic that you're talking about. They might get really anxious. So a song just popped out, but we're gonna put it back in. We're gonna shuffle this up now, and let's start by getting songs to represent your side, because that's what feels right now. So we're gonna get 3 songs to represent what you want to say to them, 3 songs to represent what they want to say to you, or 4. Sometimes it just 4 happens. And then we'll get some quotes to continue the message. That's how we've been doing it. It's based on the head and heart reading that I did recently, and I really like that format. So that's how we're going to do it today. So group 3. What does group 3 want to communicate? 3 songs. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Group 3. What does group 3 want to communicate? Group 3. What does group 3 want to communicate to this other person? Interesting. Okay. Group 3. What does group 3 want to communicate to this other person? Okay, we got 4. That's fine. Okay. Oh, wow. Wait, that's interesting. Okay. I don't know what's going on with you guys, but I'm so curious. Okay. Group 3, person on the right, on the left, person on the left. What do they want to communicate to this person? Okay, well, all right. This song came out in group 2, so that could be relevant. No, group 1, sorry. Maybe that group has a message for you. Different vibes, but so it gets dark, meant to live, and what else does, okay. Interesting. Okay. The fact that those 2, I'll explain why that's interesting to me. Let me just see if there's one more from the person on the left, just because we already got 4 for group 3. Is there, what else does, okay. I'm so curious, what the heck is going on? Interesting, okay. What is going on with you guys? Okay. I'm feeling like a little bubbly and excited too, so I don't know, like there's definitely some kind of heaviness here, but there's also a lightness at the same time. I wonder if maybe sometimes the excitement can mask some of the fears that you both experience. Or at least the person on the left. All right. This is so interesting. Let's start with your side. So first we have The Moon Will Sing. The Moon Will Sing by the Crane Wives with The moon will sing a song for me. I loved you like the sun. Bore the shadows that you made with no light of my own. I shine only with the light you gave me. I shine only with the light you gave me. I could have been anyone. But, okay, this is interesting because the moon will sing, and we have the moon will sing, and we have the sun. That doesn't feel like an accident. I mean, of course it's not, but the moon will sing, and we have the sun. Okay, so you might be communicating. If this is you on the right side, it seems like you want to communicate. So you could be communicating something about feeling overshadowed. You could be communicating something about feeling like this is because it's different than Spirit, what are they communicating here? What is coming through? Because the moon will sing, there's a definite bitterness in it. And I often consider it to be about someone either being overshadowed or feeling like their light was shut down by someone. It could be a relationship, it could be a parent. But I'm kind of getting a different vibe with this, where it's possible what you're communicating with this person is that, because I was getting like a vibe that the person on the left might be a more bubbly, eccentric, wild child sort of person in a way, or come across that way, or just come across that way more so than you do. It could be you expressing this feeling that you might have that like maybe you feel like sometimes you only, I don't know, feel happy when this person's around, but also you could be expressing this feeling like the other person maybe isn't living up to their full potential, or like there's things that you want them to express or you want them to do or you want them to embody, like you see their potential and you want them to live up to it or something like that. And also maybe you're expressing that you've been, if this is like a love confession sort of thing, if this is like a romantic sort of thing, you might be expressing here that you've held a candle, that's the specific phrase that was coming through, held a candle for this person for a long time, and maybe you've based more of your life decisions and more of your life in general on this person, or more even of your like personality or like certain things that you've done. You might have like, this person might have had a really big influence on you, on some of the decisions you've made, on the way that you think. And that, it seems like that could be what you're expressing here to this person. And I don't know for you, I think for some of you it will be, you'll feel like it's been in a positive respect. And for some of you, there might be a sense of bitterness, there might be a sense of maybe feeling like that hasn't been recognized and wishing that it had, wanting to be seen, wanting to be understood by this person in this way, wanting this person to know the kind of impact that they've had on you because you feel like they don't see it. And I don't know if there's a frustration or a bitterness because you feel like they're not seeing you and recognizing you and your feelings, or if because you feel like they're not seeing themselves or recognizing themselves and their full impact in your life. And you might want them to see that because you might want them to either like take more responsibility for something or take a chance or take a risk in some area of their life, expand themselves, live up to their potential. I don't know. Let's keep going. So we have, when we were made, it was no accident. And this is interesting because so these lyrics are from a Sleep Token song. We've been getting a lot of that. I mean, like, I guess I did put a lot of those songs in this deck, but it's like, It's a pretty hefty deck. There are a lot of other songs in here that have never come out. So, but it's interesting that you got this one in particular, and they got this one over here, because first of all, I have the lyrics to these two songs on separate cards for the individual songs, but also because this lyric actually shows up in two Sleep Token songs, one called Chokehold and one called Take Me Back to Eden. It's like a callback in the like sort of the climactic moment of the song Take Me Back to Eden. This lyric comes up in the background as a callback to the first song on the album. And this song over here, I'm a winged insect and you're a funeral pyre, this lyric is from Take Me Back to Eden, the song. So like both of them. So when I was creating this card, I was imagining it as like that callback lyric from Take Me Back to Eden, not the one from the original song it's from, Chokehold. So technically you both got lyrics from the same song, and not only that, like you got the two cards that are different than the other song cards in that they're just lyrics from the song. I didn't put the song or the artist on them. Like there's a card for Take Me Back to Eden. There's a card for Chokehold. You did not get either of those cards. You got these specific cards with these specific lyrics. They feel very much like counterparts. They feel very much like they are meant to be indicating that they're both from the same song. And yeah, okay, this is so interesting. This is so interesting. So there's definitely, first of all, this lyric was significant in group 2, even though it was a different card as well. So I don't know, maybe group 2 is significant, but there's a sense here, like, I feel like you are definitely coming in hot. Maybe you're coming in hot being like there's something that you really want to convey. Like, you really want this person to understand. If this is a romantic confession, like, I feel like you really want to want this person to understand, like, I think that we were meant to be. Like, this is a really deep connection. You know, I feel like we could have a really good relationship. If you believe in, like, soulmates and things like that, then you might be saying that kind of thing, or that might just be the vibe. Like... And if it's not quite that, if it's not a romantic thing, it could be you conveying that you feel like you guys were meant to work together on something, right? Because it could be a relationship, it could be an artistic project, it could be a business, it could be something else, you know? With the Two of Wands here, like, it could be something artistic specifically, maybe. Or, like, you seeing the potential. I feel like because there's a lot of something about, like, you seeing the potential in this relationship in what you can create together. And that could have many different contexts. But I feel like there is also, like, a potential romantic element to it for a lot of you. Even if you also have, like, a creative project you want to create with this person, it could also be that. Because that really was the feeling I was getting when I pulled that first card. But then we have Sun with, Though I'm Far Away. It's by Two Door Cinema Club, by the way. Though I'm far away, I know I'll stay right there with you. And though it might be too late, what would you say? What would you say? What would you do? Yeah, okay, like, you could be, like, this really feels like something like you are making, like, I don't know if it's a last-ditch attempt or, like, you're, like, really putting yourself out there. Like, you're throwing your hat in the ring. Like, you want something to happen. You want something to happen, and you are expressing it, again, maybe a little brashly, maybe a little, like, you're putting it all out there. This song, in particular, Sun, refers to, like, to me, it's about people who had a lot of potential, maybe went in different directions, or, like, moved to different places. Like, there's a line about one person being in New York, one person being in London, the distance dividing them, and then a person coming to the realization that they are in love with this person, even though they moved far away. Maybe they're focused on something else, chasing other dreams, and then there's this question of, like, I know it might be too late, but what would you say if I, you know, like, asked you to be in a relationship? What would you say if I, you know, move things forward? Like, there's that kind of thing. Like, you want to lay it all out on the table. You want to make some kind of offer here. That's what it really feels like. But you also don't know how the other person will receive it. Like, you feel like you might be taking a shot in the dark here a little bit. And with Have I the Courage to Change, I need to grow here. I could be closer to light, closer to me. Don't have to do this perfectly. Rain it pours, it's pouring on me. The rain it falls, sowing the seeds of love and hope, love and hope. We don't have to stay stuck in the weeds. Yeah, and maybe you feel like this relationship has been stuck in the weeds, and you're like, I want to get unstuck. Now, for a very select few, I don't think this is most people because it's not largely the interpretation I'm getting. There could be an element of like cutting off a relationship or leaving a relationship here where like, okay, like you want to grow into more of yourself, and maybe you're coming in saying like, I need something new here, I want to leave this situation. Even in that case, it could be like leaving a job or talking to your boss or something like that. I don't really get that vibe for most people because that's not really the vibe I get from like this person over here, but like that did come through, so take that if it resonates. But I think for most people, you are coming in with this energy of wanting to grow, wanting to take a chance, wanting to make a change. Wait, is that from a song? Take a chance, make a change. I feel like a song just came to mind, but then it left. Oh, Breakaway by Kelly Clarkson. Breakaway. That might be significant. And Breakaway. Yeah, it's like, it could also be like if you're looking to make a change in your life, you feel like you have to run it by this person for some reason, but it really feels like the very specific storyline that's coming through for me is like a person who has maybe wanted to like confess feelings or something to someone for a long time, or like ask someone out for a long time, or like maybe ask a big question, like maybe it's an existing relationship, you want to ask a big question or make a big change in your life that will impact this relationship. And you're putting yourself out there, you're coming in hot, you're doing it. And out of a desire to grow, to have courage, to do something that you haven't done before, maybe be direct in a way you haven't been before, and lay it all out on the table. Again, like, not really being sure if you have, like, a shot in the dark. That is why you have that's why you have the changeling here with eagle, with spirit vision and healing surround you. Eagle reverse. I feel like it's because you feel like you're taking a shot in the dark here. Like, you actually don't know how this person's going to respond. And also sun and moon imagery might be important for your relationship. Like, that might be like the dynamic. Maybe like your sun and moon signs are important in astrology, or like your one person's sun sign is the same as the other person's moon sign, or something like that. As far as signs, we have like Cancer, by the way, with the changeling, and fire signs in the middle. And on this person's side, we have water signs, also Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. So I don't know if that's relevant, just putting that out there. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like you're coming in hot with some kind of like major offer for this person. And like you're really just going for it. Again, like charging ahead. So let's see how this person is responding then. Interesting. So we have It Gets Dark by Sigrid. It gets dark so I can see the stars. We have Meant to Live by Switchfoot with We Were Meant to Live for So Much More. Have we lost ourselves? Somewhere we live inside, somewhere we live inside. And we have I'm a Winged Insect, You're a Funeral Pyre. Also from Take Me Back to Eden, which again, weird that came out for both of you. When I'm pretty sure... Oh, and that's so interesting because I feel like you're saying on your side, you're like really wanting to be seen as equals. And there might be an element of you, like, I feel like you're identifying more with like the moon here and the saying of like, I shine only with the light you gave me. Almost, I loved you like the sun. And this song, Sun, is talking to almost like the other person, like they are sort of like a light to them. It's like you're expressing that this person is a light for you, and that they have, and that maybe you feel a little bit insignificant, or like, I shine only with the light you gave me. Like you feel a little bit insignificant either to them or next to them. Maybe you feel like their power, they shine more than you do. And yet on their side, I feel like they have insecurities. Like, they feel like they see you as this, like, funeral pyre, like this thing that could overtake them. Like, they have more, like, they feel small next to you, I think. This is so interesting. They're expressing, like, their own insecurities of feeling, like, small and insignificant. And maybe it's not to you, maybe it's to, like, in general, because no matter how they see you or feel about you, and vice versa, no matter how you see them or feel about them, it's always a reflection of where we're at in our own internal state. So if you're feeling overshadowed by this person or not, or overlooked or not seen, whether by them or by the people around you who you might feel like see them more than they see you, that is a reflection of your own insecurities, right? Feeling overshadowed, maybe feeling insignificant. If it's coming from a place of insecurity, maybe you're coming more from a place, for some of you, of neutrality, of just being like, yeah, like, you shine, you have this this quality to you that it catches people's eyes. It's attention grabbing, and I love that about you. And I understand that maybe I might not have that kind of personality. So that could be, it could be coming from a more neutral place from you. But for some of you, you might feel a little insecure because you might feel like this person is an eye catcher. This person's like the sun. They shine so brightly. Anyone could have them, right? Like, anyone could get anyone that they want. Why would they want me? That's why it feels like you're taking a shot in the dark here. But on their side, though, I feel like with I'm a winged insect and you're a funeral pyre, they're seeing you as so much bigger than them, so much more powerful in a way, or at least they are feeling very small next to you, or feeling very small in the moment. And the funeral pyre here, it could be you, but I feel like they're afraid, like they're both drawn to you and afraid of you, maybe not because of who you are specifically. I mean, if you are someone who's like a very influential, powerful person, but even if you don't feel like you are, like they might see you that way, but also they might have a fear that goes beyond you, but is maybe more specific to some things that they've experienced or their own, like I said, like there's like a manic quality over here, like a potential emotional difficulty, anxiety, right? Excitement that's so great that it teeters on fear and anxiety at times. So any kind of situation or person that causes them overwhelming emotion might feel dangerous to this person. So you might feel dangerous to this person because they have a lot of feelings about you and they care about what you think, and they want maybe they want the same things that you do, but they might interact in a way where they pull back from or maybe even in the past have pulled back from you because, like, getting that close to something that causes them, like, that deep of an emotion feels like getting burned a little bit, Like, it's scary. It's like, oh, like, you could really hurt me if I get close to you. So it could be that kind of thing that they're expressing here. But there's also a desire to expand on the side, because with It Gets Dark, so I can see the stars. It's like, okay, like going into the darkness, because this person also, like, there's some personal darkness, some emotional darkness that they might be working through. They might have gone through a lot of that. And so that is something that still has an imprint on them. It's imprinted in their energy. They're working through it. And going into that darkness, maybe getting close to that emotion will trigger them a bit. It's almost like group 2 and 3 are like reverse. Yeah, like reverse. I think it could also be very different energies, but at the same time, there's an element of like, this is like the mirror of that group, like opposite sides, opposite vibes, maybe. But regardless, it's like this person on the left here wants to expand, wants to live, wants to take whatever opportunity that you are presenting to them, whether it's romantic or it's something unrelated to that. They want to shine. They want to claim their light. They want to be that person as well. But I also feel like it's weird because like both of you feel at times like the other person is bigger than you, like you're lesser than that other person. And yet at the same time, you also feel like you're equals. And yet at the same time, sometimes you also feel like the other person is holding themselves back. It's weird. It's a whole mishmash of like maybe you cycle through different perspectives a lot, or maybe this person in particular does. I don't know. But like, I guess it's the up and down of insecurity where like sometimes you feel insecure and you feel like someone's so much better than you, but then other times you feel really secure and you feel like maybe we're equals. And then other times you feel like, well, okay, but like I want to move ahead. Is this person going to move with me? Or are they going to hold themselves back? I feel like And I feel like there might be that kind of feeling on both of your sides. Like, again, that impatience, wanting to charge ahead, but then also being afraid to do that, but then also being like, does the other person want to do that? This is crazy, guys. Yeah, but this person on the left wants to live and is asking the question, you know, like, are we both capable of moving forward and living our lives more freely? Because I feel like ultimately that's what you both want to do, whatever is being put on the table here. And with boys will be bugs, well, first of all, we have insect imagery again. So like, I'm a winged insect, and then boys will be bugs. So this person could be a boy, or they don't have to be at all. Like, it doesn't have to do with gender at all. Definitely though, the element of feeling like a bit of an insect, feeling like small. And I have to, like, I love insects. And actually this song, in the song, is like a teen boy, a 14-year-old boy, making friends with bugs on the playground because he feels maybe lonely and like insecure, and the bugs are like his friends, and he feels a sense of responsibility to defend them. I personally relate to that because I actually, although I was very afraid of like bees and things when I was little, I learned to love insects and bugs and to not be afraid of them. And also I felt a strong sense of like protectiveness over them because I saw how people would just like squash them without thinking, you know, just because something's smaller than you doesn't mean that you shouldn't respect it and shouldn't respect its right to live. And just because you can squash something doesn't mean that you should. And just because you're afraid of something doesn't mean that you have the like right to snuff out its life that easily, which as a metaphor could be significant to how this person feels. And maybe what they could be communicating to you here is, if you are feeling insignificant in the face of them, and it's this feeling of like you feel like they're so much bigger than you, they're saying, well, like, even if that was the case, like, who's to say that I don't like you just the way you are? But also on their side, it's like them wanting acceptance for the parts of them that feel small, that feel insecure and insignificant, and wanting you to know that they feel that way as well. Or if that's not how you're feeling in particular, although I feel like you're both kind of mirroring each other. I feel like both sides of this, it's interesting because like I feel like there's more, it's like your side, I do feel like there's more confidence on your side. I feel like you're more focused and directed on what you want to do, but you're also coming in at this conversation with an energy of like, I don't even think I've got a shot, but I've got to just take the shot just to take it. So it's like there is an insecurity on your side. There is an uncertainty, but you're going to do it anyway and hope for the best. And on their side, they are maybe being blindsided or taken aback because maybe they didn't expect this from you. But then they're also opening up about like, oh, well, you know, I didn't take the shot either because I felt like, you know, I was dealing with all this other stuff, these insecurities. I feel small, I feel insignificant, you know, whatever. There's some darkness that I'm going through, whatever it is. It's so interesting. This is such an interesting dynamic. I'm going to just read the lyrics for Boys Will Be Bugs. I'm a dumb teen boy. I eat sticks and rocks and mud. I don't care about the government, and I really need a hug. I feel stupid, ugly, pretend it doesn't bother me. I'm not very strong, but I'll F you up if you're mean to bugs. So this person could also be communicating. There's like a multitude of different messages here, but I feel like this person could be communicating. First of all, they might feel like this. They might feel like stupid and ugly. Like this might be what's making them feel so small. And that might be why sometimes if they, like, this person could have the tendency to pretend that certain things don't bother them, but they really do bother them. And so this person is expressing maybe the reality of like, I want to take these chances. I want to live up to my potential, our potential, whatever it is, but I'm afraid to. And I don't know if I'm up to it. But they want to. They really want to. And you on your side, you really want to grow. Like, you want to expand, and you want this person to join you in that. Whether it's by taking a chance and doing making a project with you or a business, or by making a relationship with you. They want to grow. They want to expand, the person on the right you. if that resonates with you as being you, they want to, but they want you to want to also. Or they want, interesting, maybe for some of you, you are this person on the left, but yeah, you want them to want to also, and it's like they do, but they're afraid, they feel stupid, they feel ugly, they have insecurities that keep them small. Like maybe this person has been keeping themselves small because they were afraid of change. They're afraid of the unexpected because this person over here, oh, okay. Okay. The person on the left, they, okay. For some of you, they might be someone who has created a situation for themselves that helps them maintain like that 9 of Cups, the original 9 of Cups vibe of like satisfaction. Like I have my cups and I know how to keep myself emotionally safe. I have my comfort zone. I stay in that. I'm comfortable there. And I keep myself small because when I expand, when I try to go outside of that comfort zone, I feel like I'm not in control of my emotions anymore, right? They curate their world to keep their emotions in a specific way. They might have a hard time being around, like taking chances and experiencing change because change causes them emotional turbulence and they're not comfortable with that. They want to expand. They have a desire to create things in their life that aren't already in that, but they have a comfort zone that is very strong. So stepping outside of that, it has the potential to throw them off and trigger these insecurities that are coming up over here. And you being someone who is asking them to grow is hitting them with this like this desire, this request, this idea, this enthusiasm, you know, the thing that you're taking a shot on, maybe these hidden feelings, whatever it is. It's both enticing to them, it's both something that they want to do, but their hesitation might come from this fear of being overwhelmed. Now, with Crow here, help with the unexpected, you know, they might have help, like spiritual help, or they might be willing to there might be things that they can do to help them move through that kind of transition. But yeah, they might need a little help. They might need a little time, a little patience to come out of their comfort zone. Like I said, the desire is there, but there's also that trigger of fears. And yet, like I said, with the energy of the conversation, like I feel like you both want to charge ahead. You both want to move forward. You know, you do both have that desire. And there is an element that on both sides, even if like your energy might feel more stable because you're the one who's making this decision and taking this chance. So you feel more in control. You might have been the other, like, I feel like you're both mirroring. So like if this person was the one coming in hot with this confession, then I feel like this could easily be reversed. Like you might be the one who feels a little bit off kilter and wrong-footed, and you might also have some fears about stepping out of your comfort zone. So I feel like there's no judgment on either side or no judgment either way. I'm like, oh, wow, like this person has a lot of fear. I actually feel like you both, in general, might feel similarly in this way. It's just because, like, in this conversation, I feel like you are the one who's made this decision to make a move in some way or another. So you're a bit more in control of the situation. Again, like, you're on your side of it, it might be coming out in impulsiveness, in not quite saying the words right, in not knowing how to exactly express yourself, but you're also the one directing the energy, and this person is the one who's receiving that, and they're like, whoa, like, you know, now I have to figure out how to respond to this. And it could have just as easily happened the other way if this person made the decision to start that conversation. You know what I'm saying? Fascinating. I love this. I understand this might be a bit uncomfortable for you or the other person that I'm talking about in like the way the energy is coming through, but it's a very fascinating dynamic and one that I feel like probably more people than not can relate to. And I'm curious to know if this is actually a conversation that's happened in real life. For this one, I feel like it's possible that it is. Or if it's like, one that you're considering having. Because for others, like, it felt like the conversation was more of like an energetic one that could happen, might not happen, but like is cathartic either way. And this feels almost like a what if, what if we open this conversation this way, or even like a clarification of like, maybe you've had some moments where like both of you have wanted to start the conversation, but you both maybe struggled to put into words what you want to say. And this is like almost like an explanation of like what's going on, where if one of you makes a move, the other one sort of runs away because of these fears and insecurities that you both have, but like yet haven't expressed. And this is like an example of a conversation where you might be expressing it. I don't know. This is so interesting. All right. So I'm gonna pull quote cards now for each side, and I'm gonna ask for quote cards specifically to be like, to find out what if both groups could express themselves clearly and say exactly what they mean to say, what would they express to one another? That's the vibe we're going to go for, because I actually feel like the energy of this conversation, both of you are so nervous, it might not actually come out that way. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Like, if you come out swinging and things get a little messy and you're both a little triggered and you're both a little anxious, that doesn't mean that you're doing anything wrong, right? That just might be what stepping out of your comfort zone requires of you, to be okay with that experience, but to also trust that if you want to grow, then you'll get through that moment and it won't be as scary going forward, right? You'll be able to process that fear and those insecurities, especially if you're honest about them. But let's see. Let's get like clearest possible communication we can get. Like, what are each of these people actually really wanting to convey to one another in this conversation? Let's start with the person on the left, since we started with you for the song cards. So let's get 3 quotes. Person on the left, what do they want to convey? Okay, well, actually, I did get 3 quotes. I'm gonna pull one more. I know I keep saying 3 and then I get 4. It's fine. Listen, all of these, this reading is longer than intended because it took me a while to figure out what's going on with you guys. The energy was weird, but I don't say that with judgment. I think it's great. And in fact, I feel like I can relate to this in my own way as well. I feel like probably a lot of people can, so don't worry about it. But let me clarify. Okay, one more for the person on the left. What do they want to convey to the person on the right? That's too much. One more, please. One card. One card. What is the person? Oh, yeah. Okay. No. We'll take this one. And the person on the right, the person watching, what do they want to convey? If they could really convey what they want to say to the person on the left, what would they say? Okay. Got 3. And let's get one more. Person on the left, what would they say? Yeah. I feel like you are really like calling on this person to come out of their shell in some way, to step, whether implicitly or explicitly, like whether by calling them to some kind of action or by saying outright, I want you to like live up to your potential or something like that. I don't know. Or like that sounds harsh. What you want to say to this other person is like, I see that you have something special and I believe in you and I want you to share it with me, with the world. I want you to expand yourself because you have it in you, that kind of thing. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's start on their side. So what they would express to you if they could be very clear. We have this card. Infinity symbol might be important. An eye might be important. Space might be important. This says, life requires no future to complete itself, nor explanation to justify itself. In this moment, it is finished. From The Wisdom of Insecurity by Alan Watts. So there is something here. I feel like maybe this person wants to express that. Yeah, remember what I was saying about this person maybe having trouble being present with you in the conversation because it's triggering a lot of their anxieties and insecurities. So I feel like that's acknowledging that, but also expressing how important it is for them to stay present in order to truly express who they are and what they want and what they are. But then there's also, I feel like, an element of like wanting you to understand that they don't need to justify themselves to the world in order to exist. Like maybe there's an element of, if they're feeling like they're being called to more by you, they also want to emphasize that like they want to be loved for just who they are now, right? They don't want to feel like you're pushing them because you will only care for them or appreciate them or love them if they reach a certain kind of potential, right? They want to be respected and loved and cared for exactly as they are, because in that way it will help them grow. It will help them feel safer to grow, because I think this person really needs help feeling safe, especially when they are stepping out of their comfort zone. Like, yes, there is growth in experiencing that fear and being able to move with it and work with it, but at the same time taking that leap, they might need a little bit of time and space to do so, you know? From the outside, they might look like someone who can get it all done or who has it all together or who is capable of a lot. But on the inside, they might not feel like that, and like they might need time to foster that feeling. And that could be what they want you to know is what they've been working on, even if you can't see it. So we have this card as well, which says, if you keep shining the neon light of analysis and accountability on the tender tissue of your belonging, you make it parched and barren. Okay, so yeah, kind of like what I was saying, right? Maybe you're coming in hot, shining a light on like this person's insecurities. And it could be like, again, like you might not be doing this intentionally. So it might not be like you're coming in and you're trying to be like, you aren't doing enough, you aren't enough, you need to do better. It might be like you coming in and just being like, hey, like I want X, Y, and Z. Hey, I'd love to move this forward and be more. Hey, I'd love to work on this thing with you and do this thing with you. And that might not be like you coming in and saying, oh, you're not doing enough. That might not be you coming in and actually saying like, you know, and if that is the vibe that you were coming in with and like this energy of this conversation, that might be, this is a chance for you to rethink that, to understand their perspective, and for, you know, you to also understand your own perspective and have compassion for both sides. But also this could be more of a clarification of like, you might be shining more brightly than you think, and that shines a light on someone else's darkness and their insecurities. And while they might not be conscious of that, they might not really be able to convey that that's what's happening on a higher level. That is what's happening, and that's why they're shying away. That's why they're scared. That's why they might not feel prepared to step up to meet you where you're at. But that doesn't mean that it's wrong of you to ask for that, to want to grow and change, because it seems like on your side of things, you've been looking to grow, to change, to expand, and it's a matter of, are you doing that with this person or not? But it's also a feeling of like maybe there has been a dynamic in this relationship of like holding each other accountable, or like asking, do we belong together? Are we enough for each other? Are you enough for me? Am I enough for you? And them wanting to convey that if you keep focusing on that, both of you keep focusing on that, your own belonging and the other person's belonging. Like I said, it might be both of you who experience both sides of this, where like your insecurities get triggered by each other in a way that makes you wonder, like, you know, are we too different? Or can I accept this person as they are? Can they accept me as I am? This questioning that is taking you out of the present moment in your relationship and not allowing you to be who you truly are with one another. And that might be why, like, if you're charging ahead in this conversation, it doesn't matter which side you're on, both of you might be feeling some of the pressure, some unnecessary pressure to push things that don't need to be pushed, right? And it's not necessarily that there's anything wrong with wanting to move things ahead. I think that you both might want to grow. It's like, are you both on the same page? Are you both willing to work in the same direction? You might be, but there also might be an element of like, doing so, wanting to push things ahead, wanting to move ahead with like a project or a thing out of fear, out of insecurity, and out of feeling like if you don't do this now, like you could be coming in hot because you're like, I don't want to lose this person. I feel like they're going to be someone else is going to take them from me. They're going to be with someone else. But you're not coming in from a place of, actually, I really love this person. I have fun with this person, and I want to grow that and increase that. And I want to see if they would be open to doing the same with me. Like that's two different energies. You could have the same conversation from two different vibes. And on their side as well, like, they could be like, oh yeah, I want to do something with you, out of a sense of like, yeah, that would be fun. That would be great. I would love to expand our relationship or do this project. Or they could come at it from, oh my God, well, I should say yes, because, if I don't say yes, then they might be mad at me, or I do want to do this, but then I also have these fears, but I don't want to express that, like there's two different energies. So I feel like, I'm not saying that either of you are doing that either, like the dynamic is going to be different for everyone, but it's something to keep in mind, that I feel like the energy of this conversation is that it could be both of you pushing something forward from a place of fear rather than actual excitement and love. However, that doesn't need to be a bad thing inherently, right? So even if you have a conversation where you feel like maybe you push things too far, or maybe there was a bit too much of like defensiveness where you started, there could have been like a thing where it's like, well, why didn't you say anything sooner? Well, because I thought this, or I'm insecure about that, or, you're so much better than me here. Like you started like, maybe going back and forth about that kind of thing. Even if that kind of thing were to happen, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's a bad thing. There could be growth there. And in fact, airing all of that out could be a good thing. So just because a conversation doesn't go the way that you imagine or want it to go, doesn't mean that there's not actually a lot of profound growth potential there for you. So, this kind of thing could expand you in a way that you need to be expanded to have a better relationship, or to find what you truly want, or to recognize when you're coming from a place of insecurity and fear as well. So there's no judgment in that, but it's just so interesting to see this laid out like this, right? Let's also look at this card with, it's better to be embarrassed than dead, from Words of Radiance by Brandon Sanderson. So basically like just what I was saying, this could be you guys taking a leap in spite of all your insecurities, in spite of all your fears, in spite of the fact that you're not going to do it perfectly, that maybe you trip over your words, that maybe you don't always express yourselves perfectly, and wanting to move forward in spite of that. And that feeling of like anxiety or excitement, that can be part of the ride. That can be a beautiful part of the experience. And there could be a childlike glee and like, let's just move forward and see what happens. And yeah, we're going to mess it up. No, we're not going to do it perfectly. But we don't have to overanalyze everything. We don't have to get too caught up in he said, she said, they said, anyone said. We can move forward and move through any of the complications that we might come across. Because it's better to be embarrassed than dead. This person's like, well, you know what? Even if we don't do it perfectly, let's live. Let's do this thing. And I feel like that's what they want to do. And they want to say that to you because they also want to express that they don't want it to be a dynamic where you guys are like constantly interacting with each other from a space of insecurity, like maybe even running away from each other or running away from opportunities from a space of insecurity. They want to move forward in spite of the fact that you might both still have insecurities, you might both still have fears, you might both interact in that space from time to time, but it's also like, it might be embarrassing and awkward at times, but at least we'll be living, right? At least we'll be taking a chance. So I do feel like that person is coming at it with that kind of energy. And then we also have this card, which says, thus, not to see the unity of self and other is the fear of life, and not to see the unity of being and non-being is the fear of death. Also from Alan Watts, lots of Alan Watts. So there is definitely an emphasis here on unity, on wanting to keep an eye on the fact that like you both are, even if both of you have your differences, even if both of you have your insecurities, even if both of you have conflict in your relationship, at the end of the day, you are connected, you are united, you are, as we all are, part of a greater whole, the greater whole of the universe, greater wholeness. And I feel like this person wants to highlight that, to see beneath the fear and insecurity and perceived differences, to the unity between you and to move ahead in spite of the things that might get in the way of that from time to time. Now, on your side, what you truly want to communicate is, first of all, if you had a special knack for finding things, it means you owed the world to look, from The Raven Boys by Maggie Stiefvater. And this is definitely you coming through with that sense of purpose. I feel like you have a sense of purpose. I feel like with the changeling and that, that guy with the arrow, like, you have a target you want to hit. Like, you are charging forward with a sense of purpose. It's possible that on your side, you have a more, like, dynamic, forward-moving motion, especially in this conversation specifically, whereas the other person is more of, like, present-minded, wanting to also grow, but also, like, wanting to... They might be a little bit more laid back, whereas you feel like you're a bit more driven, especially the energy that you're coming into this conversation with. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with one or the other, or that you're both always one way or the other, but that's just like how you're coming across. And I feel like you're coming in with this feeling of like, we have something special here, whether it's a romantic connection or a project or an idea. We have something special here, and we owe the world to make something of it. And so I do feel like you're coming in, again, like, you're coming in very strong. You're coming in very strong. And this person might not be fully prepared for it, but they're not, like, against it either. They're not. They might feel a little attacked. They might feel a little bit taken aback. They might feel a little bit overwhelmed by your sense of purpose and your determination to move forward and They might be. I'm not going to lie about that. But I don't think it's a bad thing. We also have this card on your side which says, climb the day, drop your dreams, possess the day, from Ferris by Gail Carson Levine. Yeah, this is like, you're like, carpe diem, seize the day, let's do it, let's go. And this person's like, I mean, okay, yeah, but, you know what I mean? Let's, like, also live in the present moment, and, like, let's, let's appreciate each other for where we're at. We also have this, which says, the world was made of miracles, unexpected earthquakes, storms that came from nowhere and might reshape a continent. Crooked Kingdom by Leigh Bardugo. Possibly you are also, like, maybe you are coming from a place also of, like, seize the day because we don't actually know what's going to happen. So you might be in this energy of, like, I need to do this because I realize that, like, life is short, man. Life is short. And anything could happen. And anything can happen also in a good way. So if I come in and I say this and we change, our relationship changes, like, this person on the left might have more fears. They might bring up some things that could potentially get in the way of the relationship. And they might be honest about that. And I feel like on both sides there is a feeling of, like, it's better to be embarrassed than dead. And the world was made of miracles, unexpected earthquakes. Like, climb the day, drop your dreams, possess the day. Like, there's a carpe diem on both sides. One is more anxious than the other. One is, like, running on pure adrenaline over here on the right. Like, let's do this. And the other one is like, okay, like, yeah, but, like, before we do this, can we, like, I need a minute. I need a minute. And I don't want to do anything out of fear. Like, seize the day, but, like, also I'm afraid to seize the day. You know what I mean? But I do feel like there is this, like, they get you. Like, the person on the left over here gets you. They understand where you're coming from. They might want to embrace that vibe as well to a certain extent, but they also might want to be realistic with you about it and be like, okay, like, yes, but, you know? And then we also have this card which says, when we hear tell of a great act or a great life, whether it be contemporary or a myth from the past, it reminds us of who we truly are. Warriors fighting to overcome and dispel our personal and collective fears, from The Gene Keys by Richard Rudd. Yeah, so, like, this person, there's a lot of courage on your side, if this is you. Because I've been saying, I feel like this actually could be flip-flopped for any number of you. But I feel like this person on the right, maybe you, is coming in with a great deal of courage, a fighting spirit, It might be actually thinking astrologically. Like there's a lot of what's the one? A cardinal energy on this side, right? A leader, like someone who's like a trailblazer who takes the lead, who gets things started, who kicks things off. So you're coming in with that cardinal energy, whether you have a lot of that in your astrological chart or not. I know Aries, and I'm pretty sure Cancer, which actually is represented by the Chariot, both are cardinal energies, and then other ones are, I don't know what the other ones are, I forget. But but on the other side, there might be more fixed energy. I feel like this other person might have more fixed energy, which is a bit more stubborn. It's sustaining, right? And so that's where some of the differences in energy might be coming from. And again, they could just be represented in this particular conversation. That doesn't mean that you're always in these roles. It could reverse sometimes. But for whatever reason, you or the person on the right has gotten this burst of inspiration, this energy, this let's do it, let's go for it, let's dispel our fears, let's do the thing, whatever the thing is. And then the other person is like, I hear you, I see you. I want to, but also I have fears, I have concerns, and I feel a little overwhelmed, and I might just need to like they have their own pace, basically, I feel. That's a little bit more laid back, out of this feeling of, again, like anxiety, excitement and anxiety, right? That balance. Like you might be coming in with this feeling of like, I've balanced my anxiety and excitement. Like I know how to get excited about something without letting it overwhelm me. Whether because that's just how you experience your emotional state, or you might have worked at that. Like that is something that you can develop and hone over time. Like you might have full command of your energy, and that might be where you're coming from. This other person might not have that. They might not have that. And so they might be coming from a place of like, I need a bit more peace. I need a bit more tranquility. I don't know if I can rush into things as quickly as you can. And yet, as I said, for both of you, I do feel like you want the same thing. And I do feel like you want to charge ahead. And even the person who feels like they're holding back a little bit, I think they want to charge ahead too. And this could be shedding some light for them on some of their fears and insecurities in a way that will help them overcome that, will help them, or they might be in the process of doing so now. But I do feel like they're not quite at the same place with that as you are. And they might just have a different process because they are a different person. But as I said, there is a sense of maybe there's some mirroring going on here with like you both showing each other how you both have experienced the world. And so I feel like you would likely have empathy for that and might even experience that in your own way, in your own time as well. And so, even if it's just for this conversation, you might be coming at it from different energies. But underneath that, I do feel like there's a foundation of wanting the same things. And this is so interesting. But yeah, going back to what I got from the beginning of the reading, like this is definitely like a conversation where things are bubbling up to the surface, things are coming out. For better or for worse, it might not happen in the most. In this conversation, like there is that sense of urgency, that sense of charging forward, that sense of speaking impulsively, things not coming out right necessarily in the moment, having fears, having anxieties, needing to maybe talk through those. But I think that it's an interesting, it's like on the one side, the fire, the flint, the thing that kickstarts the change, right? The bringer of change on your side and your energy, if you resonate with that. And on the other side, something a bit slower, more tranquil from the person who might actually struggle with emotional turbulence when kicked out of their comfort zone, but they also do have like a more sustaining, potentially a more sustaining energy that that could also like be like, okay, yes, but like let's reel things in. I need a practical plan. Like I need some time. I need some patience. That kind of thing. So that's what it sounds like. It sounds like two people. Like one person maybe kickstarting a process and the other person being like, yeah, okay, cool. Let's take this one step at a time. You know what I mean? And also, yeah, maybe both of you do need to talk about places where you feel overshadowed, insecure, maybe where you felt disregarded by one another, or just in general, like you have sensitivities and things that you need to discuss and get out there that will help you move forward on whatever you are looking to start here, because it seems like you're both looking to go in the same direction. It seems like you've both got either hidden feelings or desires to create certain kinds of projects, take some kind of action together. Like you've both got that, and now it's just a matter of moving forward in a way that will work for both of you. And there's a definite need to be honest about the things that have stopped you in the past, whether it's with each other or things that are outside of both of your control or outside of the relationship, right? So very interesting, but keep charging ahead and don't take a no for an answer. Expect miraculous solutions to appear. I feel like you're both willing to take a leap of faith in this conversation. Like while you might have two different energies about it, there's a leap of faith that you both want to take here, and you want to expect the miraculous, and you might go about that in different ways. It's really funny. But at the same time, you're doing the same thing. You might not recognize it that way, but you are doing the same thing. Like you have the same kind of idea about life where it's like, yes, carpe diem. It's like, yes, carpe diem. And it's like, yes, carpe diem is valuable. And yet, can we do it slowly though? You know what I'm saying? Interesting. Okay. This has gone on way too long. So we are going to close this out now. But yeah, I feel like the more that you can focus and keep your energy bubbly and light, but also be honest with each other and talk things through and acknowledge when you're, when one of you is overwhelmed and the other person is like gung-ho and vice versa, just have that conversation, and you'll be fine. Very interesting. So thank you. I hope this resonated. I hope this helped you in some way. I hope that you got something out of this. Thank you so much for listening. Please like, comment, subscribe. I'd love if you let me know how this resonated in the comments. And also, if you are interested in a personal reading, we do offer those. I offer them on our website, sunflowerphilosophy.com. We also do hypnosis and human design services, so check those out. And thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful life. I will see you in another reading again sometime very soon. Bye. Hi, Group 4. If you selected the Dalmatian Jasper, then you're in the right place, and this is going to be your reading, which will be a conversation between you and the person on your mind. And so I've set the intention that this will be a conversation that it could be like an energetic conversation between the two of you right now, no matter if, this is someone that is in your life or not. It could also be maybe representative of a past conversation you've had to clarify it, or a future conversation that you want to have, or just in general, like a check-in of like where you're both at on something. It'll be up to you, but I just kind of want it to be an exploration. I'm curious about what's going to come through, and I figure just keep an open mind and set the intention that you'll get something important or useful out of this. And just, stay open, stay curious. And also, we did say the person on your mind, but if there's someone else who comes through that's not the person you're thinking of, and you know who it is, and you feel like this is an important message for you, then you could stick around for that. Or, of course, as always, you can select a different group. So, before we get into the cards, which I pre-selected, to talk about the energies that you're each bringing to this conversation, I'm going to just mention some insights that I got while I was pulling these cards and meditating on them, with regards to just like some impressions that came through for each group. So it was really interesting, actually. So for this group, when I was sort of tuning in and meditating, immediately I got the song The Start of Something New from High School Musical. So that movie could be significant. Those lyrics could be significant. The start of something new might be significant. Like you might be starting something new with this person, or looking to have a new start with this person in some way, or you and this person are looking to start a new chapter. It was like, because that's a very positive song about a positive start. So maybe you're looking to have a positive new adventure, new beginning in this relationship or in your life in general. I also got the term projection. So that could be something relating to like projection that's happening in the relationship, like each of you projecting certain things onto each other, or maybe that was an issue in the past, or maybe like movie projection, like literally is important here. So take that as it resonates. I also got getting in one's own way. So like maybe each person in this relationship getting in their own way, or like one person is getting in their own way here in some aspect. Also a sense of overdue action, like there's some action that one or both of you wants to take that feels like it's overdue, that maybe you feel like you're behind on or should have been done already, or something like that. Weird specific imagery I got also was a bowl of leaves, but like autumn leaves like you'd find on the ground outside. So like leaves like in some kind of decorative bowl that you would have in like a living room or kitchen or on a coffee table or something. Like I'm getting specifically like a medium-sized like porcelain green bowl with like a light green interior and then some like autumn leaves inside of it. So specific, so weird. I don't know if that's significant to someone, but also the concept of like a table centerpiece or just the season of autumn, or a bowl of like potpourri maybe is significant here. And then I did pick the Dalmatian Jasper for you guys because that's the one that popped into my head when I was meditating on which crystal to give to you guys to select your group. And Dalmatians actually came through as really strongly important for some people here, like maybe 101 Dalmatians, because the names Pongo and Perdita came to me immediately when I thought like, oh, Dalmatian Jasper. I thought of the names of the dogs from 101 Dalmatians, and I have not thought about or seen that movie in years. So I didn't even realize I remembered the names of the dogs. I'm pretty sure Pongo and Perdita are the names of the dogs. I don't know if that has to do with some like dynamic here, or maybe there's just some fans of 101 Dalmatians. Dogs in general might be significant, puppies in specific, and also the aspect of children and family is important here in some way. So I don't know if you and this person have children together, or you want to have children together, or each of you separately have children and that's just a very important thing to you. But that was also significant. But regardless if any of that resonates or not, we've got plenty more to get into with the cards. So we'll start to move into that. I just also wanted to add with the Dalmatian Jasper, there's an additional emphasis with the importance of animals here, and also with a general sense of healing, of course, as most crystals do have some kind of healing properties, but also an element here of removing disillusionment, helping one to see strengths and weaknesses more clearly, and also bringing a sense of fun into your life and increase loyalty in relationships. So that might be significant energy here in this relationship. So without further ado, let's get into the cards. And I set the intention for the person on the left to represent the person on your mind's energy, and the energy on the right to represent your energy. If it's flipped, you can take that, but that's how I'll be talking about it. So we have first, for the person on the left, the card The Damned in reverse, which is representative actually of the Death card in traditional Rider-Waite-Smith tarot. And then we have a bird card to clarify with Hummingbird in reverse. So that's dreams and new joy within reach, but it is in reverse. And then we have actually the centering energy between the two of you in this conversation. We have the King of Steels, which is actually the King of Wands in traditional Rider-Waite-Smith tarot. And to clarify, we have the angel card Oceana. Take action. You're in touch with your truth in the situation, and you need to trust your gut and lovingly assert yourself, which goes very nicely with the energy of the King of Wands. Talking about taking action, trusting your gut, being assertive, definitely feels like a King of Wands kind of vibe. And again, this is the energy of this conversation between you. And then on your side, we have two cards. Actually, we have the Two of Blades, which is the Two of Swords, and the Ten of Steels, which is the Ten of Wands. So the Ten of Steels is in reverse. And to clarify, we have the bird card, Courtship and Mating, new relationship developing. So let's tap into what is going on here in this conversation between you and this person. So there's definitely an element here of something being asserted. Maybe one or both of you is wanting to assert yourself in this situation, to take some kind of action to move the relationship forward, or to take some kind of action with the other person to move something forward. Now, on the right side, which is likely to be your side, we do have this energy of needing to make a decision, maybe even being at a crossroads, and this feeling with the Ten of Wands in reverse of wanting to unburden yourself, and perhaps unburdening yourself in communication. So asserting yourself by letting the other person know of your needs or desires, or a sense of wanting to help the other person unburden themselves. And this could be in the realm as well of wanting to make some kind of move. This could be like a romantic relationship or a potential romantic relationship, because we do have courtship and mating on your side. So it could be that that's the nature of your relationship and you're looking to move that relationship forward in some way. So the specific examples I'm getting is, in this case, you wanting to maybe move forward into a romantic relationship with this person on the left, and basically wanting to assert yourself and assert that is your intention, and basically ask that question to the other person, make that decision for yourself that is where you want to head, and let them know. But on the other hand, it could also be something within a existing relationship where you want to take it to the next level, ask a question of someone. For some people, it could be like a proposal, right? Asking the other person if they want to have a deeper commitment with you, right? And it could be unburdening the person in that sense and kind of popping the question, right? In terms of, well, that could apply to asking someone if they want to be in a relationship with you in the first place. It could also be in terms of like marriage and family, because we did have children coming through earlier. The question of, hey, do you want to start a family with me? Do you want to take things to the next level? That could be what is happening on your side, because it definitely feels like whatever the semantics are of this situation, you are definitely asserting some kind of question, asserting some kind of need or desire, and taking some kind of action here, and potentially asking the other person in this relationship to take some kind of action with you or on your behalf or for the relationship. So moving over to this other person, we have the Damned in reverse, which also corresponds to the Death card in reverse, with dreams and new joy within reach in reverse. So it feels like there could be this person feels like they're showing up with some resistance to some kind of change or transformation here with the Death card in reverse, because that is a change and transformation card, and potentially relating to like resistance to starting a new dream or pursuing new joy. Almost like when someone maybe gets close to a goal that they want or gets offered something that they truly want, but then at that moment, like, hesitates because it's like, oh wait, I didn't think I'd get this far, right? Like, I didn't think all my dreams would actually come true. So it could be that kind of energy. There could be also something with regards to this person holding back or resisting out of maybe a lack of faith in themselves, or a lack of faith in their ability to go through the change, to go through the challenge that it would require of them to make this change that you are proposing to them, or to take on the responsibilities that they would need to take on if they are required to have more responsibilities in this next phase of the relationship or whatever it may be that you are moving towards. But it definitely feels like this is something that this conversation is a long time coming. It's necessary. It's something where in order to move things forward, whether with this person or to change the situation in any way, one or both of you is going to need to assert this at some point or another. And it seems like you're the one taking this action in this scenario. So I want to just quickly look at the bird book actually to see what it says specifically for Hummingbird reverse, because I do have reversed information. I didn't do that for every card, but especially with the reverse ones, I'm curious what they have to say. And yeah, when reversed, Hummingbird often reflects a need for a more realistic perspective. So you may be too daydreamy, seeing things through rose-colored glasses, or opportunities are not what they seem to be. It can also indicate plans may not come about or be fulfilled in the manner you think, or there may be some disappointments at this time if you do not put forth great and extended efforts. It does not mean that your dreams will not ever come about, just not now. There are delays. Yeah. I feel like on this person's side, there are delays and there are maybe doubts even that they have about, again, like something about their own situation or their own capabilities in this situation. And maybe even some of the doubts come from delays that they've experienced in extenuating circumstances outside of the relationship. So for example, if someone wants to move forward with having children, but they are feeling like they're not at the financial place that they want to be in order to make that happen in their life, that could cause them to resist or to hold back on making that change, right? And so for whatever the situation is that you're in, this person may have some things outside of, or that feel like it's outside of their control right now, to make happen, that they want to make happen in order to bring about whatever change you're looking to make in the best way possible. But yeah, it looks like almost like the two of you might be in two different sorts of energies or headspaces about what you want to do here, about moving forward here. There could also be something where on your side you feel like you're more ready to move forward, or you're picking up some kind of slack from the other person. If, for example, this other person maybe is going through a tougher time right now, maybe part of their resistance is feeling like they're not up to the task because they're going through something difficult, and you are looking to either take on the burdens and help this person, help support them through the process, and when you want them to know that you're with them through it, or you feel like maybe you've been kind of pulling more of the weight in the relationship at this time due to whatever this person is dealing with. It's a possibility. Maybe even for some of you feeling like you are ready to offer and give more than the other person is right now. But take that as it resonates, because we're actually going to get into the songs now. I'm going to pull songs for both sides of this conversation so we can get more information and more clarity on what you actually want to communicate to each other in this conversation. So let's get into that now. And we're going to start... You know what? I think what I'm going to do, I feel called to, if we may, get one song for their side, then your side, then their side, then your side. I've been doing it differently in each group, like I did with the head and the heart reading, if you saw that. So we'll see. All right, so let's get a song from the left side first. So what does this person want to communicate? Okay. Ooh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. And then from the right side, what do they want to say? Okay, interesting. And from the left side, what do they want to communicate? Back on the left side over there. From the left side, what do they want to communicate? Interesting. Okay, and from the right side, what do they want to? Ooh, you got two. No, you got three. I'll take them all. I will take them all. And interesting. Okay, I will take them all, and then I don't know if you hear the sirens in the background. Okay, and then I will get a couple more for the left side. So from the left side, are there one or two more messages that want to come through? A couple more messages, a couple more songs. Yeah, there's two more. Okay. Okay, we'll do it like this. Okay, interesting. I'll put that down. Yeah, I hope you don't hear the sirens in the background, although if that's some kind of sign for someone here, that could be important. Maybe there's some kind of crisis going on in one or both of your lives right now that's making, because I feel like there's a lot of stress here in some way, so that's making things feel more stressful. Because with this King of Wands in particular, this dude in the middle, he looks pretty stressed, you know? So I feel like the energy of this conversation is a feeling of maybe one or both of you is stressed about something. Maybe you feel like there's pressure to take some kind of action. And maybe you're being pressured because of extenuating circumstances or circumstances outside of your control. But let's go to the songs. And I actually might go back and forth. I don't know. We'll start with the first two that popped out. One on their side, one on your side. So we have 2 Sleep Token songs. But the lyrics of these songs are actually on their own cards, as opposed to, like, I have like a card that's for each of these 2 songs with different lyrics, and then I have these cards that just have the lyrics on them, if that makes sense. So it's interesting that you both got like a Sleep Token song with just the lyrics as opposed to the name of the song also. It's kind of indicating like maybe you're both on the same page in some way. Like there's some aspect of the situation where even if it looks like you're going through different things, you're both feeling some similar amounts of emotion or pressure or dealing with some similar energies on each side. But we have on the left side, on this person's side, I play along with the life signs anyway, but hope to God you know this feeling. And this actually came out in another group, and I mentioned in that group as well that it's supposed to be, I hope to God you don't know this feeling. And that's why I actually went and made other cards for these songs. I misprinted that. But I think that's important because on the one hand, I feel like we could take it as, I hope to God you don't know this feeling. I feel like this person is definitely going through some difficult time and maybe feeling a little bit like they're playing along with like life and they're just kind of like going through the motions. It's really a going through the motions kind of energy. And, you know, the idea of I hope to God you don't know this feeling is like, I hope, like, maybe they're trying to hide that. Maybe they're trying to not let you know how much they're struggling right now. At the same time, they might also be hoping that you realize that, because then they feel like maybe you might have more sympathy for the situation, or they will know that you will know that they are not holding back out of, that it's not your fault, basically, if maybe you feel like they're holding back, like they're not doing it out of a purposeful disrespect or disinterest in you, or disinterest in whatever you're trying to make happen here, but they're struggling a bit and they might not know how to let you know about that. And at the same time, this feeling might also be indicating that maybe they almost hope or feel like you might be feeling the same way, because it might make it easier for you two to connect. There's so many sirens right now. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, anyway, they might feel like it's easier for you to connect if you understand what they're going through. And maybe even some of you do understand whatever this person is going through, because either you're going through the same thing right now, maybe even together, or you've gone through a similar sort of even like dark night of the soul situation for some of you in the past that this person is now going through in the present. And we have on your side, the night comes down like heaven. And so that's what made me think of Dark Night of the Soul, in the sense that maybe this is you acknowledging, for some of you it feels like it is you acknowledging like what it's like to sort of feel like you're in the darkness a bit, to feel like you are struggling a bit, to feel like you've been through a difficult time where maybe you're questioning yourself, where you're hesitant about life, or you're not sure what direction to go in and you're not sure what choice to make. And for some of you, you both might be feeling like that. But for others of you, you might be feeling like, I know what that's like, and you might know that this person is going through that sort of questioning process right now, and it might be very difficult for them. However, it's interesting because I feel like on your side, it's indicating to me, like, for some of you, yet you might be feeling dissatisfied or overburdened in this relationship, and yet there is this desire on your side to, I feel like, make things work. Like, you don't want to let this person go. You want to work with them. And you want to take your chances with them. Because we have, be kind to me or treat me mean. I'll make the most of it. I'm an extraordinary machine. Oh yeah, Extraordinary Machine by Fiona Apple. So there is a sense that maybe, let's see, is this what this person truly feels, or is this, what I'm having trouble understanding on your side of things is actually whether you are wanting to stick things out with this person and work through certain things, or if you're trying to make something work that you feel like maybe isn't working anymore. And it's hard to tell, but with things like be kind to me and treat me mean, I'll make the most of it. I'm an extraordinary machine. It's almost like you're saying, like, I have staying power. I can weather anything, even if this person is sort of putting you through a lot right now based on what they're going through, whether purposefully or just what this other person is dealing with has put a lot on your shoulders. Because we have chances here by 5 for fighting, and this says, chances are when said and done, who'll be the lucky ones who make it all the way. Though you say I could be your answer, nothing lasts forever, no matter how it feels today. But then we also have chances are will be the combination, chances come and carry me, chances are waiting to be taken, and I can see. Chances are only what we make them and all I need. So it seems like you might be asking them to take a chance on either the situation that you're looking to bring in, whether it's like wanting them to take a chance on a relationship with you, or wanting them to take a chance on like moving something forward, starting something new with you, because we did get the start of something new. So this, I feel like for a lot of you, is about starting something new, whether you're starting something new with this person or maybe wondering if you want to start something new, like a new chapter with or without this person, right? But then we also have cry here, and it says, he never wants to strip down to his feelings, he never wants to kiss and close his eyes, he never wants to cry. And so maybe for a lot of you, you're feeling like you want to be here with this person and be a support for them, but you're also feeling like there is potentially an emotional unavailability, or that like we were getting this feeling on their side that maybe they're holding back certain things. Maybe they are not speaking about some of the things that they're dealing with or going through, and you want them to feel comfortable to express that with you, to work through that with you, but you're asking them to be honest and vulnerable about it. So, for example, if this person has concerns about maybe moving a situation forward, and insecurities or concerns or fears or feelings like doubts, not knowing if things are going to work, you'd like them to be honest about that, to share with you how they're feeling and what they're actually thinking, so that you can talk it through together. And you also might feel like it's almost harder for you if they don't share these things, because it's like if you don't know why they're acting the way that they're acting, or why they're hesitating on things, or if you feel like they're not being fully open with you about it, you might feel more pressure on you to pick up certain slack, or to guess at their intentions behind certain things, or to accommodate certain needs that you feel like they might have. But if you don't know what those needs actually are, if you don't know what like those concerns actually are that they have, then you don't know how to act. And so it puts a lot of pressure on you, and it might take some of your energy. And so that might be something you're going through right now with this person, and what you're communicating with them is a desire to know more, to understand more, to have the opportunity to be someone that they can open up to, so that you can talk to them about it, have an honest conversation, and then from there decide more readily what the best options are for both of you. And we also have Meant to Live by Switchfoot on their side. We were meant to live for so much more. Have we lost ourselves? Somewhere we live inside. And so, yeah, maybe this person's feeling a bit lost, and maybe even feeling a bit lost with you, or not sure where to go next with you. Again, if there's some kind of move that you're looking to make together, maybe, again, they have doubts, they're questioning it, questioning if this is an existing relationship, does your relationship have what it takes to continue? If there's been some rocky things going on, either from outside the relationship that are impacting it, or from within the communication that you guys have, or the dynamic you have right now. It's like the question of, do we have what it takes to make it through this? Do I have what it takes to make it through this? And even potentially for some people, is it worth sticking it out together? Would you be better off on your own? Would we both be better off on our own right now? For some of you, potentially. And I realized saying that, I was just kind of not even really thinking too hard about it, but saying that might be hard to hear for some people, or might cause you to panic or worry. I think you will know if this sounds like your situation, you will know. I wouldn't question the dynamic that you have now if this doesn't feel like it resonates. But regardless, the energy is of someone who, even if they're not questioning your relationship, they might be questioning themselves, right? They might be questioning the next move to make. They might be questioning something that's going on in their life. That's a bit difficult. And again, going through maybe some kind of dark night of the soul in an aspect of their life where they're questioning, is this what I want to do? Like, is this worth it? Maybe even having a job where they don't feel like they're really truly living, right? Are they living their life? Are they just going through the motions? Maybe they're even suffering from a bit of depression. You know, again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychologist. But you'll probably know if that's part of your dynamic. Because we also do have the song Fix Me by 10 Years, which says, I'm fine in the fire. I feed on the friction. I'm right where I should be. Don't try and fix me. And so it's possible that this person's also communicating, like, even if they're struggling right now, if they're going through a hard time, they might have to just go through it, right? Like, they have to go through the process of questioning themselves, of questioning their life, of going through whatever it is they're going through, because it's leading them to a deeper understanding of who they are. And if this is a situation where they're going through a tough time that you can relate to, maybe that you've even been through in the past, you would probably understand that, right? The fact that as much as it might be inconvenient for your relationship, or as much as it might be difficult to move forward with someone when they're going through a difficult time, depending on, you know, the circumstances around it, you also have the capacity to understand what that's like because you've been there as well. And then that could be an element here, which is why it feels like on your side there's an energy of wanting to be supportive and wanting the other person to open up, because I feel like you might have some wisdom to offer or some support to offer that this other person might not know to ask for, may or may not know to ask for from you. But also, again, like, they might have to come to it on their own. But we also have May I here with May I hold you as you fall to sleep when the world is closing in and you can't breathe. May I love you, may I be your shield when no one can be found. May I lay you down by Trading Yesterday, which feels like no matter what this person is questioning right now about their life or this relationship, I feel like there's a lot of love here. I feel like they do really care about you. They want to take care of you. Maybe they are struggling to do so in the way that they would like to at the moment because of whatever they're dealing with. But there are sweet and gentle feelings right now that they want to convey to you. And also, like, having that correspond with Cry by Carly Rae Jepsen. It's like you're asking this person to express their feelings, and like because you want to take care of them, and you're feeling maybe a little bit of a separation or a divide from them if you can't do that, but then they also want to do the same for you. So, yeah, interesting. But I feel like there's a lot of, like, you guys really care about each other, regardless of whatever your dynamic is. And I do feel like there is a desire to support one another, even if right now there might be more need for support on one side than the other, or like maybe you feel like you're not both in the place where you can equally be supportive of each other in the way that you want to. And this may be also you bringing up some of your concerns or fears or questions with regard to whatever this person's situation is, so that you can, you maybe, because there's this energy of assertion, of taking action, and I feel like that's more, we see that more coming from your side, where you're making the decision to basically, I just heard the word ultimatum. Maybe there is some kind of ultimatum out here in terms of like moving certain things forward, or whether you're going to move forward with this person in one aspect of life or not. You know what I mean? Like there's an aspect of you asserting yourself, or asserting your needs, or asserting yourself with regard to asking this person, hey, like, what's going on? What's wrong? Can I help you? I do feel like there's more of that on your side. But again, it's like around you making a decision with how to move forward. And it's like, I think you're the one, whatever the dynamic is, I think you're the one putting this on the table. You're the one either putting a choice on the table, putting a decision on the table, laying out your feelings or your thoughts or an action that you want to take. You're the one putting it on the table, and the other person is sort of being honest about where they're at and maybe letting you know some of their fears or desires or what they've been going through and why it might be hard for them to move forward at this time with certain things. But let's get more into it with the quote cards now, because I feel like there's definitely more to this story. And I want to know, I'm going to ask it this way. I want to know, what is the, because it's like take action, you're in touch with your truth in the situation. What is the action that the person on the left wants to take with regard to this relationship? Like, what is the action? Like, how do they want to move forward, basically, in this relationship? For the person on the left. What is the action that they want to take with regard to this relationship? Okay. And on the right, what actions do they want to take? With regards to this. Okay. And two more. Okay. It's funny, I asked for two more, but I meant one more, but I did get two more, so we'll take them, because that's obviously there for a reason. So, let's see. On your person side, we have this card with, death seems simply to be a return to that unknown inwardness out of which we were born. The truly inward source of one's life was never born. Outwardly, I am one apple among many. Inwardly, I am the tree. And that feels significant because of the death card in reverse, or the damned card in reverse that we saw. We also have, but in the end, it's only a passing thing, this shadow, even darkness must pass, from the Lord of the Rings. We have this card with, often does hatred hurt itself, often, also from Lord of the Rings. And lastly, we have, I'm unusual and I embrace it, with Anne with an E. Okay. Interesting. And I'm going to read on your side, too, before we talk about what's actually being said here. So we have you saying, it hurts to want it all, so many things that can't coexist within the same life, from People We Meet on Vacation by Emily Henry. We have this card with, it's a good idea to have your own books with you in a strange place, from Inkheart by Cornelia Funk. We have this quote with, that's the very reason why they put rubbers on the end of pencils, because people make mistakes, from Fleabag. And we have, but maybe being brave didn't mean being unafraid, from Crooked Kingdom by Leigh Bardugo. And then we have this card with, but that's summer for you. Summer's like walking down a road just like this one, heading towards both light and dark, because summer isn't just a merry tale, because there's no merry tale without darkness, from Summer by Ali Smith. Interesting, because you both talk about darkness on both sides of this conversation. And, you know, I was asking, like, what action are you wanting to take here? Like how are you wanting to move towards this? But I feel like what's happening more so is you're both expressing, I think you're just both expressing more of how you feel. So, first of all, on this person's side, I feel like they are coming to some kind of deeper understanding in themselves through this process. Again, I was getting the sense that maybe they were resisting this change or transformation because they might be going through a questioning process of themselves, right? Where they're like questioning who they are and what makes them really want to get up in the morning and how they want to live their life. And they are on their side wanting to spend time going within and really figuring out who they are and connecting to whether they're consciously thinking of it in these terms or not, but like connecting to that inwardness that is connected to everything and everyone, right? And through that, I also feel like asserting their connection to you, no matter what, because the idea is in this quote, right, it's like, outwardly, I am one apple among many. Inwardly, I am the tree, right? We are all the apples on the apple tree. We come from the tree. We are part of the tree. We are also the individual apples. And so in our individuality, we might see ourselves as separate from the whole. But within ourselves, we always return to the part of us that's part of the tree, that's part of the whole. And so there's definitely an inward reflection happening for them, and a transformation of how they see themselves, and also maybe of how they understand and see the universe and like the world and existence. It feels very existential on this side of things. And it's also possible this is them saying that in order to go through this transformation, in order to make this change, they would need to go through this process of questioning and of understanding themselves on a deeper level. But there's also this quote, but in the end, it's only a passing thing, this shadow, even darkness must pass. They're saying that this is a passing thing, this will pass. And also they might be indicating that they would prefer not to take any hasty action and to let the darkness and the shadow pass before they move forward with anything at this time. But then we also have, often does hatred hurt itself? There could be fears on their side of, if they're going through some kind of like questioning of themselves, they might also be dealing with certain insecurities or self-hatred, or even questioning some of their personal views, and being afraid that that process, like they could be hurtful to you in the process of like if they are dealing with any kind of self-hatred, or if they're dealing with, even this could just be about like certain regrets about their past. They could be concerned that that process of dealing with that is hurting you, or could hurt you if you go through it with them. Because I also feel like with I'm unusual and I embrace it, they're maybe like also going through the process of like reviewing some of their old insecurities, or even some of the ways where they might have put themselves down or treated themselves badly or developed a bad opinion of themselves, and starting to go through that process of embracing themselves, of embracing their difference, and ways in which they might have put themselves down in the past that actually was not reflective of who they truly are. Like there might be things about themselves, aspects of themselves that they felt were insufficient, or that there was something wrong with them, but it was because of a larger societal perspective or a way that they were brought up, or something like that, that they are coming to a new understanding about. Like, often does hatred hurt itself? The idea that maybe, like, say, for example, this was someone who was made fun of a lot growing up. They're coming to the realization that a lot of the things that maybe people made fun of them for were things that people judged within themselves, hated about themselves, and had to put someone else down who represented that for them, because that was the only way they knew how to deal with that at the time. And while that kind of thing can stick with us throughout the years, and we can believe the things that people might say to us out of hatred and out of fear, at a certain point, we might realize, oh, wait, like, I don't believe that, and I don't feel that way, and, oh, those people were just hateful of themselves. They were just going through something. It wasn't even about me. It was about that other person. And so they might be going through that process of realizing certain places where they've been judged, or even have judged other people, that they're reconsidering because of this process. And they're coming into a space of accepting and embracing themselves on a deeper level, and also other people in general because of this, just like a deep introspective process. And since I did ask, like, what action does this person want to take in this situation, I feel like if there is any action being represented here, it is just simply the action of going through this process that maybe will take them a little bit of time, and that they have to go through this introspection. They have to do this themselves. They have to go through this process internally, because it feels like it's very much, I almost said like a come to Jesus moment, but I didn't mean that literally in like a religious sort of experience. I guess for some people it could be, but in like a returning to yourself, reconnecting with the source of who you truly are, which sometimes can be inspired by a difficult time or a difficult process, which it feels like for them, whatever the semantics of their situation is the case. And then on your side, there's this feeling, first of all, of you wanting to express that there's a lot of things that you want, maybe from this person, maybe from this relationship, maybe with this person, but also separately, maybe certain things that even this person can't give you right now. And it's like, yeah, this like, it hurts to want it all, so many things that can't coexist within the same life. You know, we had that 10 of Wands in reverse, and that's you maybe also putting down some of the burdens that you've carried. And it could be burdens that you've carried within this relationship, or even for some of you, wanting to release some of the expectations that you've had from other people, or expectations that, so either things that have been expected from you, but also maybe things that you've expected from other people. Letting go of some of those things, even if it's difficult, in order to support either yourself or this other person, or both at once, right? So like, it's like, the specific kind of example I'm getting is like someone who has this grand vision for their life, and they're like, I want this and I want that, and I want, you know, this kind of wedding and that kind of house and this kind of dog, and I want to live here and there, whatever. And then maybe meeting someone or being with someone where something happens, or this person wants different things, or like something about the relationship changes what you want, right? So like, you might still have that vision of your life, but at the same time you're like, well, I want to be with this person, I want to pursue this path, but if I do that, I can't have all those things that I wanted. What's more important to me, right? Like this person, this relationship, and the unknowns of what we could have together, or the things that I envision for myself. Or even in a slightly more sort of even maybe difficult scenario, like you have all these plans, and then one or both of you like get sick or go through something difficult, and it throws your plans off. And now in order to stay with this person right at this time, you have to put off your plans, you have to put off the dreams that you had, maybe that you even wanted, that you were going to work on, because something happened, life happened, and it diverted your path, right? And so it's you, maybe even that's why you're at a crossroads, right? Because you're like, it might not literally be a case of like, oh, do I leave this person or do I stay with them? But that's a good example of like, okay, like if I leave this person and go pursue a different kind of life, I might have all these things I want. If I stay with this person, then I still, like, I love them. I want to go through these things with them, but, like, I won't be able to have the things that I want. And you might be going through that period of indecision as well. But that's just, like, the specifics, if that doesn't match up with what you are going through exactly, but, like, that's the gist, just take that. And I'm not here to tell you what to do or what your situation is, you know, the actual details will be different for everyone. But yeah, there's definitely some kind of decision that you're making, and like this idea of like that you might want multiple conflicting things right now in your life, and you might be realizing there are certain things that like you can't have it all at once. There might be certain sacrifices that you have to make, big or small, to move forward here. And it's like really just deciding what the best course of action is for everyone. So we also have, it's a good idea to have your own books with you in a strange place. So that's for me, the feeling of like having a comfort item or a comfort thing to go to when you're feeling like you're navigating something new. So I feel like, yeah, you might be even in asserting this conversation or having this conversation or navigating whatever you're navigating in this relationship right now, you might feel like you're in a strange place. And books might actually be helpful for you. That might be something that even you're sharing with this person, or you want this person to actually know that, that maybe there's some, maybe you have book recommendations for them, but also in some cases you might also be letting them know, like, you know, familiarity might be helpful for you with whatever you're going through. So, for example, if it's a situation where this person is worrying about how what they're going through is going to impact you, and they're like, maybe you should go off and do your own thing. I don't want to like affect you negatively with whatever I'm dealing with. You might also be saying, this is a very specific thing that came to me, but you might be saying like, well, I might be helpful because you're going through a difficult thing. You're navigating a difficult thing right now. And I've been with you all this time. And like, you know, like I can be a familiar face, a familiar, a familiar energy for you while you're navigating the situation. And then also, this quote about mistakes, making mistakes, I did sense that this person on the left could have some regrets. You also could have some regrets. I feel like you're communicating to this person that it's okay to make mistakes, that it's okay if they feel like they have made mistakes, that there might be an element of the past that they need to let go in order to move forward with you. If it is a matter of a person questioning whether they're capable of moving into like the next chapter of a relationship, for example, or if they're like, say, a partner who's questioning whether or not they're ready to have kids, you also might be communicating here that, hey, like, it's okay if we make some mistakes during the process. That's normal. That's natural. Humans just do that. And it's also okay if you feel like you've made mistakes in the past. But we can let that go and we can just move forward, right? And we can do this together. Because you're also saying, but maybe being brave didn't mean being unafraid. So I do feel like you are saying here, like, it's okay if you're afraid. It's okay if I'm afraid. It's okay if we're unsure about how things are going to move forward. Whether you've been hit with something unexpected or you are looking to move forward in a way with something that could be challenging or difficult, or that one or both of you have doubts about. Like, you're wanting to be brave, but you're also admitting here that you have fears of your own as well, and that maybe you both have those fears, and that's okay. Because you're also emphasizing here, I feel, to this person that it's okay that this person has darkness, that you have darkness. Darkness and light are both a part of life. So difficult times, like, there's really a feeling of like maybe sticking with someone through a difficult time and being down for the ups and downs with them, just like they are for you. If that's part of your dynamic, then you'll know, of course. But like, there is something where you're wanting to almost reassure, I feel like, this person. And there's some reassuring happening on both sides, I feel like. Like, maybe you're both reassuring each other of, first of all, that the darkness will pass, but then you on this side saying, but it's okay because every road of life has some darkness and light, right? So no matter what direction and maybe you even coming to this realization yourself through, because I feel like, again, like, there's a decision being made, and especially on your side, you're the one laying it on the table here, and it could even be an internal decision you're making, because you might be telling yourself as well, every path in life is going to require some kind of darkness or light that you have to address or go through. And that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with that path. Like, you could easily make a different path, or be with a different person, or choose to go in a different direction, and you'll still have things along the way to deal with that could be unexpected or dark or scary. But that's just life, right? No matter who you choose, no matter what you choose to do, no matter which direction you or both of you go in, there's always going to be those unexpected things, that light and that darkness, the happiness and the sorrow, like, right? So you, I feel like, are really wanting to reassure that and assert that to this other person as well. And also assert your right to have a say in this, because in the very specific scenario that I'm getting, it's possible that this other person might feel like they have to either withdraw or like cut things off for your good, your safety or your good. And you would be saying, well, hey, like, I have a say in this, you know, like, this is a little dramatic, so it could be like a much milder version of this sort of happening in your relationship dynamic, but also only take it if it resonates. But it's like that trope where, like, especially in like a romance novel or something, usually it's like a dude and then a girl, and then like the dude is like, no, like, I have to leave you for your own good, right? And it's kind of toxic. It's like Edward in Twilight when he just like ditches Bella because he's like, oh, it's too dangerous for you to be with me. And it's like, while he might have a point, it was really irresponsible of him to just like ditch her and leave her like that. Because Edward is a vampire, if you don't know Twilight. So like, he's physically a dangerous option for her, yes, but also like the way that he leaves her, he doesn't give her a choice. He doesn't like respect her when she says like, this is what I want to do, you know. He just like leaves her, and it's not like he's not really considering like that she has her own autonomy in the situation. And while I'm not saying this person is like Edward or anything like that, I am saying like maybe they have a feeling of like, oh, I don't know, like, should I inflict this on this person? Would it be better if I let them go? Like, you know, whatever. And it feels much gentler than that whole situation, but it feels like you basically saying like, well, I have a say, it's my choice, right? So like I have the right basically to assert my preference in this case, and you don't have to like make decisions for me. And again, not that they're trying to do that, but just that there might be like a question in their mind, or that might be part of the dynamic of like, is it even fair to make you deal with all this stuff? And it's basically like you saying, well, like, it's up to me basically if I want to stick around or not, right? Or it's up to me basically if I want to move forward with you in this way or not. Or it's up to us as a unit to decide if we want to move forward in this direction with our life, with a project, with a family, with a whatever, knowing that we will have to deal with certain potential obstacles, right? Because this could also be about like one or both of you having doubts about the situation moving forward because of extenuating circumstances outside of you. And I feel like one of you might feel that pressure more than the other. But I do feel like there is a sense that even if it's not like a thing of like, oh, I have to sacrifice something to be with this other person. It might be like we have to sacrifice things to take this next step, right? We have to be willing to take the dark with the light, take the good times with the bad times if we're going to move forward with this thing. Because like if we, for example, in the case of having children, if you move forward with having a family, then you have to take into account certain like financial things that you didn't have to take into account before. And there's always the question of, well, is this going to be, do we have enough now? Are we going to be able to support ourselves? Well, the fact of the matter is you never know what life is going to throw at you. Is that a reason to not go down a path because of things that haven't happened yet that you don't know will happen? No, it's not. I mean, but it can be if that's like the decision that you make because of certain risks that you don't want to take. Like it can be. But if you decide that something is important to you and worth that risk, then you just do it anyway and you take what comes. You just make your decision and you stick with it. And I do feel like in this case, on your side of things, you are wanting to lay that out and to make that decision and to pose the question, assert your desire, and maybe even on your side, I don't know, it's hard to say because you have the Two of Swords upright, but it feels like you might be ready to make your choice, even if you're not sure, or you're posing the option to the other person here, whatever this is about. But I do feel like there's a reassuring energy on your side and a bit of an introspective activity happening on the other side, but that there is ultimately a lot of love here and definitely a desire to move forward in a way that is best for both people and best for the situation at hand. Is there anything else? I'm asking the ethers because it almost feels like there's like one more thing that wants to be said here. Don't tell the other groups, but I'm just going to shuffle up one more song card for you guys, okay? Just to close out. So, Spirit, do you have a closing message for group 4? Do you have a closing message for group 4 about their situation? No Light by Florence and the Machine. You want a revelation, you want to get it right, but it's a conversation I just can't have tonight. You want a revelation, some kind of resolution. Tell me what you want me to say. I'm going to go with a no. Like, that feels like Spirit is like, I can't tell you what to do here, right? And it could also be a clarification that maybe there are certain things that need to play out before you make your decision, right? Maybe you aren't supposed to know exactly what moves to make yet. There might be a revelation yet to come. And there might also be too much of an influence on both sides. Not an influence, but too much of a desire to get something right when there might not actually be a right or wrong answer. There might be a new perspective that you both would want to bring into this situation where, it's almost like you're looking for the right thing to say or the right thing to do, and it's more about the drive, more about the journey, and more about the experiencing things that will help bring certain things to light and bring clarity to certain things. And it reminds me, going back to the person on the left, it reminds me of the feeling that there might be just some things that they have to work through or go through right now in order to like maybe come to some kind of realization about themselves or about where they're at. And you might also have to deal with that same process. And so it's up to you each what you want to do, but it looks like the resolution, it's unsatisfying to me right now because I like want to put like a nice cap on this reading, but I feel like, but it's a conversation I just can't have tonight. It also is possible, until you have this conversation, if this is something that you need to talk about and you have been avoiding, or there's a conversation yet to come that will help shed light on things. Until that, you might just still be in the dark about this, right? So, yeah, take whatever messages you get from that, but I hope that things become clearer for both of you very soon. I hope that whatever the shadow is does pass, and best of luck to you in whatever ventures you are either individually or mutually taking on. I hope that this was helpful, if it resonated, and please feel free to like, share, comment. I would love to know if you feel like sharing maybe some of how this resonated with you in the comments, please do so. And if you're interested in a personal reading, I do offer personal readings on our website, sunflowerphilosophy.com, but then we also do have hypnosis and human design offerings as well. So the links are in the description for that. You can check that out. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope you have a wonderful life, and I'll see you in another reading again sometime very soon. Bye.